Today, we are not speaking only to Italy, but we are speaking to the world. From this land of bridges and boundaries, but we also come together to celebrate women's leadership and to reimagine how inclusion, innovation, and cooperation can lead us forward. The key word is alliance. On behalf of the organization and our president, Marilena Citelli Francese, I wish to extend my warmest thanks to all institutions, chairs, president, panelists, partner, and our audience. You are the real star. Your presence gives us the forum its purpose and its strengths. The Women Economic Forum is not just an event. It's much more. It's a media, it's power, it's possibility. It's a global movement. With over 1 million connections and millions of women and men engaged in 150 countries, its planet. It represents a powerful collective voice, a voice of courage, a voice of creativity, trust, and collaboration. Again and again, alliance. Because transformation happens only when it becomes shared. A special thanks to Marilena Citelli Francese, Laura Mattarella, Maria Concetta Di Natale, and all the institution. In a second, I have the pleasure to introduce you. And of course, the entire staff and support team. Without you, nothing was possible. These 2 days will take us on a journey across ideas that define our time. So we will meet pioneering women, those redefining contemporary society with courage and innovation. We will explore how to feed the future with new strategy for a fair, resilient food system. We will envision climate-ready cities capable of bridging sea infrastructure and innovation for the generation to come. We will speak of healthcare without borders because we will be knows no frontiers. We will question algorithm and trust to rediscover integrity and critical thinking in the digital age. We will look to space, peace and security, expanding responsibility beyond our atmosphere. And we will reflect on educating for the future, because the next generation deserves not only knowledge, but wisdom and purpose. There are not just panels today, not just people with roles. We have a lot of conversation today about the world we are creating together. And here in Palermo, the Mediterraneans once again become what it has always been, a bridge of dialogue, peace, and human potential. So welcome to the Women Economic Forum. Let's play together. So I have the pleasure also to introduce a short video. May I have confirmation about we are ready? We have the video of Harbin Aurora Rai. Also, she couldn't join us today. Her spirit and inspiration are with us. We are pleased to present the message.
Namaste everyone, I'm Dr. Harbin, sending you my warmest best regards for the inauguration, for the starting today of an event that all of you have put your hearts and minds together and extended support to one another. My esteemed regards to Her Excellency Laura Mattarella, a dear soul sister and excellency indeed, who has shown by her example how it is possible to connect power to the people. Through her enduring, continuous support, edition after edition, we have become stronger and stronger, knowing you have our back, sister. 3 generations of women in Sister Marilena, Sister Sharon, Morgan, all of you sisters have shown how a global vision from a heart-centered leadership can unite us all beyond borders. Thank you for your exemplary leadership for not just women in Italy, but for women of the world. My dear soul sister Chiara Corazza, another sister who I can count upon always. And all of you sisters and brothers in the support team for the Women Economic Forum for the Mediterranean in Palermo. My sister Arcilia is here again, also a G100 Global Chair for a wing related to science. My sister Sharon, G100 Global Chair for wing related to food. Excellencies Laura, Excellencies Chiara, who are on the President's Advisory Council. As we bring together the strengths of the networks of the G100 Club globally and the conference platform of the Women Economic Forum, backed by all of you sisters and brothers, putting your power, your influence towards co-creating a better world for everyone, I invite you all today to consider humanity at the core of all that we do. You do consider it already. That is why you are here. You have made an effort to be here. All of you are leading such incredible initiatives around the world. I know my sister Melly is also here from Denmark, who's leading the incredible Chairs agenda, on which I have the honor of being part of. And all of you who are here today in support, in the organizing team, sometimes heroes and leaders, heroines and leaders, without words, without congratulations, and yet in simplicity, in serenity, you continue to persevere. I see you all sisters, I hear you all brothers, because we are all in this together. Whatever happens in the deliberations today, know that you will have a very strong ripple effect across our communities. I'm so particularly happy to see that you're also live streaming all the sessions, for there will be some hundreds in the room, but there will be thousands and millions who can be inspired by the digital highways of technology that reach us all. I congratulate you once again for putting together this edition for all of us. It is not easy, I know, to put together an event, to organize. You always don't even have the support you seek. Yet, with your self-belief, with your self-confidence, and with that inner voice that says, I got to do what I am here for. Sister Marilena, you are an exemplar, you are a leader par excellence, and you are what I remember most from one of your quotes in one of the editions, and you said beautifully, I am more than a mother. And if every mother in this world remembered that, imagine the leadership of motherhood that this world would get. And there would be so much correctness, so much ethics, values-based leadership, and the sheer power of protection that only a mother can bring. I send you my love, my regards. I don't feel like leaving. I feel like being with all of you right now. And I am in spirit. And I wish you all the best for the deliberations and for the gala dinner. It's always nice to meet everyone in a celebratory environment. God bless you all, and with you all, and we're all in this together. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Harbin Arorarai. Yes, sister and brother. And I think we all feel a little bit moved to you. And now, finally, a new session, a new moment. We now open the institutional session, the voices that embody dialogue, responsibility, and vision, welcoming the representatives whose work connects policy, purpose, and people. And please, thank you to our measure of Palermo, and welcome. Thank you for being with us this morning. The stage is yours.
Good morning to all of you. It's really a great pleasure to host in Palermo this edition of the Women Economic Forum, the Mediterranean. My best welcome to all of you, and my special regards to the President and to the Honorary President of the Italian Committee, Laura Mattarella. As known, she's from Palermo, and so she a citizen of this city that today have the pleasure to host your meeting. The topic of your congress or your conference is very impressive, but it's also very actual because the Mediterranean Sea is going to become a new hope for Europe, but also for Africa and the Middle East. Sicily is just in the middle of the Mediterranean area, and I think that we have a great and special opportunity to contribute to the realization of a new cultural model and social hypothesis based on integration and inclusion. I think to a new cultural hybridization for a new Euro-Mediterranean culture. Sicily is in the middle of the sea, but it's also a place of history. And as you know, many civilizations were present in Sicily. And now we are a melting solution of this historical presence of different people here, not only in Palermo, but in all the Sicily. So the Sicily is the border between Europe, the south of Europe, and the world of Africa, of Middle East. That part of the world that many people call Chaos Land. But we hope that it's going to change, because this is the challenge for the future. Because the development on the future is based mainly on the contribution that Africa will be able to apport in the new world. So it's a great pleasure for me to discuss these topics in Palermo, because Palermo is also actually the Italian city and the European city more connected, because digital fibers pass in an impressive manner under the Sea of Palermo. And we are observing now the presence of a good part of digital companies in Palermo, but also a presence of digital nomads. They are present in Palermo more than in other cities of Italy, and Palermo was chosen by National Geographic as one of the 5 main towns in the world for smart working. So, in this direction, we are working to improve the digital opportunities, but also to involve more and more people, especially young people, in this challenge for the future. Because Palermo is full of contradictions. We have a part with standard similar to the European ones, but we have also some parts of the city where poor are present and where economic situation is difficult because the cultural situation is difficult. So we are going to invest on digital technique, but also on the culture, for involving in the culture challenge the people who is out at this moment in this project. The female presence is central in this kind of challenge, because they are certainly more able than men in operating practically, and they look to the future better than us. My wife says every day, and she remembers me, that I have 10 persons for me. She alone have to be 10 things different. This is the challenge of the human. And I'm sure that they can increase their role in the future Mediterranean area in the evaluation of this new Euro-Mediterranean culture. It's not a new project, because many years ago, Leopold Sédar Senghor, who is academic of France, said that the nation have to work to a new identity. And you are this opportunity. But the first challenge is to improve also the cultural level and the educational level of male and female people, especially young people. This is the international challenge, and we need the social service are aimed to this goal. So I'm sure that you will be able to build a new future, because you have a large vision of the world. Thank you very much for your presence. Have a nice job.
Thank you, Mr. Major, for making Palermo a city of innovation, peace, connection, and meaningfulness. And now I am very happy to welcome Maria Concetta Di Natale, President, Fondazione Sicilia. She's an amazing woman and distinguished art historian and academic, deeply committed to preserving and celebrating cultural heritage as a bridge between past and future. Welcome.
Buongiorno a tutti. È con grande piacere che vi do il benvenuto da parte della Fondazione Sicilia a questo convegno, a questo forum che è di grandissima importanza per la città e di grandissima importanza per la Fondazione Sicilia. E devo ringraziare Marilena Citelli, francese, e Laura Mattarella per aver scelto la Fondazione Sicilia per accogliere una così importante manifestazione che vede ancora una volta la Sicilia, Palermo e la Fondazione al centro di una circolazione culturale che è stata sempre nei secoli importantissima per la nostra città, per la nostra realtà storica. Palermo è stata sempre al centro delle rotte mediterranee e al centro delle rotte mediterranee della cultura, la cultura che appunto è civiltà, è la civiltà della nostra terra. Attraverso il mare, attraverso queste rotte mediterranee si è sparsa per tutte le aree circostanti. Per questo oggi avere qui questo forum organizzato e voluto da figure femminili di altissimo livello culturale è molto importante per la nostra terra. È in un momento in cui le donne hanno tantissime potenzialità, ma sono ancora oggetto di tantissimi problemi. Per cui avere qui oggi un focus, un'attenzione a Palermo e in questa sede sulla realtà femminile è senz'altro di grandissima importanza. Per cui dico grazie e auguro a tutti un buon lavoro.
Grazie di cuore, perché la generosità di rendere possibile tutto questo è legata anche all'impegno di donne come lei. Grazie. Thank you very much. And now I'm really pleased to welcome on the stage Professor Massimo Midiri, Dean, University of Palermo. Not yet? Okay, I'm so sorry. But please.
Sì. Sono stata delegata del Rettore per tanti anni, ho anche qui davanti a me, non posso dire il mio Rettore preferito, ma sicuramente quello che ho avuto accanto in Senato accademico per tantissimi anni, quindi dimenticavo che il professore Massimo Midiri mi aveva pregato di dare un saluto anche da parte sua, perché oggi Palermo è piena di iniziative e tra l'altro quella che abbiamo all'Osteri, dove è impegnato il Rettore, è dedicata al nostro arcivescovo Corrado Lorefice, che amiamo tanto tutti a Palermo, per cui il Rettore non si è potuto allontanare. Anch'io mi sento lontana dall'Osteri, pur essendo felice di essere qui, quindi porto io i saluti del Rettore, che è dispiaciutissimo di non avere il dono dell'ubiquità. Grazie.
And of course, thank you, Dean, for being an important bridge between education, hope, and opportunities. Okay, now it's a real magic moment because it's a great pleasure to introduce Laura Mattarella, First Lady of Italy. We are so proud of her presence, but also honorary president of the Women Economic Forum, the Mediterranean. Thank you for always being by our side. This is the message coming from Marilena Citelli Francese, for inspiring the arrival of Women Economic Forum in Italy and for your unconditional support. Welcome on the stage.
So, authorities, gentle guests, ladies and gentlemen, welcome here in Palermo, the town that I still feel as my town, even after 30 years of living in Rome. And now let me go on with my language, the institutional language. Quindi, benvenuti a Palermo. Palermo, il capoluogo di una regione, la Sicilia, che è l'isola più estesa del Mediterraneo, da sempre luogo di incontro di grandi civiltà. Il Mare Nostrum, bacino vivente di storia millenaria, ponte naturale tra i 3 continenti che vi si affacciano, continua a intrecciare i vissuti del passato con le sfide del presente. Prospettive ora al centro dei lavori di questa terza edizione del Women Economic Forum Italy, che è dedicato al Mediterraneo. Cradle of Civilization, Bridge to the Future. E dunque con viva partecipazione che desidero ringraziare quanti hanno contribuito allo svolgimento di questa importante iniziativa, Marilena in particolare. Le giornate di approfondimento, in un clima di proficua collaborazione, consentiranno un confronto aperto e costruttivo e di autentico arricchimento reciproco, con l'obiettivo di rendere ancora più fattivo il contributo delle donne alla ridefinizione della società contemporanea, oggi attraversata da cambiamenti profondi, avendo come focus l'area mediterranea. Le terre che in quest'area si affacciano hanno registrato con intensità ineguagliabile rispetto ad altri spazi geografici del pianeta un'attività umana costantemente contraddistinta da guerre, conflitti religiosi, migrazioni, rimescolamenti, scambi commerciali, culturali, linguistici. È questo il carico millenario con il quale il Mediterraneo è giunto al XX secolo. E la nostra contemporaneità non ci ha risparmiato il consumarsi di terribili avvenimenti. I conflitti e gli scontri in atto ne sono drammatica testimonianza. Lo sguardo al futuro ha dunque l'urgenza di impegni concreti per favorire la costruzione di società consapevoli, eque e resilienti nel mondo globale, afflitto da una condizione di crisi permanente per il susseguirsi e sovrapporsi di situazioni d'emergenza e instabilità. Questo è l'obiettivo del forum e in quest'ottica il tema dell'educazione, che figura tra le numerose e tutte interessanti sessioni di lavoro di questo appuntamento annuale, occupa un posto di grande rilievo. L'istruzione rappresenta l'unico ambito dove si registra la riduzione del divario sociale tra i sessi in quasi tutti i paesi dell'area mediterranea. La tendenza complessivamente positiva emerge dagli ultimi rapporti del Global Gender Gap. Accanto ai paesi europei, che hanno quasi colmato lo scarto nell'accesso all'istruzione primaria, secondaria e terziaria, con le donne che in alcuni casi superano gli uomini per percentuali di laurea e iscrizione universitaria, si situano quelli in Nord Africa e Medio Oriente dove, pur registrando progressi significativi, si evidenzia la persistenza di barriere culturali, economiche e territoriali che limitano l'accesso delle donne all'istruzione, soprattutto nelle aree rurali. L'istruzione intende essere uno dei pilastri sui quali si fonda il patto per il Mediterraneo che l'Unione Europea intende stringere con i paesi del Mediterraneo meridionale entro il prossimo mese di novembre, in occasione del 30° anniversario della Dichiarazione di Barcellona, l'atto istitutivo di un partenariato euro-mediterraneo nato con l'obiettivo di trasformare il Mediterraneo in uno spazio comune di pace, stabilità e prosperità, attraverso forme di cooperazione politica, economica, sociale e culturale, sin qui purtroppo rivelatesi ancora inferiori all'auspicabile e al necessario. Il nuovo piano d'azione, con avvio previsto nel primo semestre del 2026, intende sollecitare il forte coinvolgimento dei giovani. Per questo, la creazione di un'università mediterranea che collegherà studenti provenienti da ogni sponda del Mediterraneo costituisce il cuore del progetto. La direzione stabilita come impegno per le nostre iniziative si pone in linea con questo e potrà trovare in tale progetto ulteriore impulso. I cambiamenti climatici e i loro effetti, le trasformazioni tecnologiche e la difficoltà di governarle, le disuguaglianze e le nuove povertà, sono questi temi di discussione che suggeriranno azioni concrete, locali e globali per incidere nel reale. Il Mediterraneo è una realtà plurale, la diversità è il suo destino. La cooperazione tra i paesi che si affacciano sullo stesso mare e tra le rispettive società civili rappresenta un indispensabile strumento per affrontare le sfide del tempo nuovo e verosimilmente una condizione per la realizzazione di uno spazio comune. Un laboratorio che può trarre dai suoi giacimenti culturali le migliori formule per una convivenza prospera e pacifica, affinché il Mediterraneo sia mare di pace. L'empowerment femminile nel mondo, con le sue azioni dal basso, può aiutare a restituire alla politica la sua autentica funzione, che è quella di servizio alle comunità, non di manipolazione dei poteri. Nella convinzione che, come in precedenti occasioni, questo incontro possa rappresentare un momento significativo per individuare le strade del progresso, per rafforzare il dialogo tra realtà, istituzioni e comunità, auguro a tutti buon lavoro, un soggiorno piacevole in questa splendida regione. Grazie.
Thank you, Mrs. Mattarella. Your example reminds us that leadership can be gentle yet transformative, and that dignity, when guided by empathy, becomes a universal language. We really are profoundly honored to have you with us. Thank you again. And please join me in a warm applause for our distinguished guest. Thank you so much to all the institutions that joined in this session. Thank you. How are you? Everything is going well? A lot of emotions? Wow. I'm really emotional, that's true. And now, a special guest, our president, Marilena Citelli Francese. It's really a pleasure and an honor to introduce the president of the Women Economic Forum. She's an extraordinary woman, so powerful, so authentic, so generous, and so generative. Marilena, the stage is yours.
So, good morning to everyone, and welcome to the heart of the Mediterranean. Here in the city of sun and sea, where so many cultures have met and mingled over the centuries, Phoenicians and Greeks, Arabs and Normans, Spanish and Italians, every stone, every courtyard, every melody tells the story of encounters that shaped our history. Palermo reminds us of something essential, that diversity is not a weakness. It is our great strength. It is the very essence of civilization. Today, as we are opening the Women Economic Forum for the Mediterranean, we gather in that same spirit, the spirit of a dialogue, of courage, and of hope. The sea that unites us, our Mare Nostrum, has always been a bridge between continents. But now, often, in recent times, it has become a border between North and South, East and West, between men and women, between fear and hope. Our mission here is to rebuild that bridge, to make the Mediterranean once again a space of cooperation, of creativity, and of shared humanity. We all know we are living through a time of deep change, climate transformation, digital revolutions, social instability. And yet, in this complex moment, there is also something extraordinary. The energy of women, we are not afraid to lead, to imagine, and to build. Women understand the inclusion is not charity. It is a vision. It is the foundation of peace and sustainable growth. Through the Women Economic Forum, we are part of a global community present in more than 150 countries, united by one clear belief, that empowering women is not only a question of rights, it's a question of wisdom. Here in Palermo, we are bringing that global spirit into the heart of the Mediterranean. We are all talk about education and innovation, about smart cities and sustainability, about peace, longevity, and leadership. But above all, we will talk about the future, a future that must belong equally to women and to men, to the whole generation, to every share of this sea. I invite each of you to take these days not just as a conference, but as a shared journey, a time to connect, to listen, to learn from one to another, because change does not begin with institutions, it begins with people, with empathy, with the courage to imagine something better together. Let our message from Palermo be clear, that the Mediterranean, cradle of civilization, crossroad of cultures, can once again be the place where the future is written together, not again one to another. So let us begin this forum with open hearts and open minds, confident that inclusion is the path to peace, and that the future we dream of can start right here today in this beautiful city. Thank you and welcome.
Thank you very much, Marilena. It has been really important to hear from her the strong commitment, that we are investing in creating the future, because we have this chance. And now, a special moment, a prize. And Marilena, I need you again on the stage. It's a special moment, and I really want to invite Guila Clara Jesus. Okay. Okay. Just a second.
The pleasure, the honor. This is the prize coming from the Malaysia, because okay, please.
Thank you. Thank you very much.
Women of the decade.
Whoa,
Okay.
very nice. I don't know how to wear it properly, but I feel like Miss World.
Marilena, just a
Thank
second
you
to be
very much.
sure we have a special peek with you. And okay. It's okay.
Like
Just
this.
to,
That's
I'd love to receive confirmation. And may I ask you also the pleasure to Laura Mattarella to join for a special peek, maybe here with you? Okay. Yes, maybe in this angle? Maybe, okay. No, okay, it's okay.
Well, ladies and gentlemen, letting you know the pleasure to get this amazing award coming from the Women Economic Forum, and especially here in Palermo, that I feel is like the lock of the middle of the world, because Mediterranean is this, you know, it's really uniting so much populations when it comes to diversity and inclusion. I prepared a small presentation in order for you to explain what I'm doing, because we are talking about Women Economic Forum, and I feel like the economy that we have to deal with, especially unfortunately in Mediterranean, is the economy of war. And I want to talk to you about the economy of peace. And for this, ladies, I feel that we really need to have a word to say. As you see, the datas are a disaster. Between 1912 and 2019, women accounted for only 13% of negotiators, peace negotiators, 6% of mediators, and 6% of signatories of peace agreements worldwide. These numbers are not just statistics. They represent rooms where decisions about war and peace, about life and death, were made almost entirely without women's voice. And when I'm talking about no peace without women, it's mental, psychological, but also universal peace when it comes to economy. For this, I would like to introduce a little bit of my work for you to better know about what I'm doing as an activist. I'm coming from Paris, and since childhood, especially when I was 5 years old, my parents let me work, you know, with little boys playing around with soccer. And the first expression that I remember from that time was this. I asked, do you want to play with me? And they answered, yes, of course, we'll play with you, but literally, you will count for butter. This is what we're saying in France, like in French, when you want to say that someone is worthless, that someone counts for nothing, that you not even enter in the picture, or you not count for squats. Basically, they were mocking me because I was like butter. And what is butter? Is unnecessary. It's something that is melting, so it's not very consistent, and doesn't have a shape. So basically, because of the body that was not strong, because the fact I was a girl, I was not invited to play. And this notion of counting for butter really haunted me since then. And I wanted not to get power over, but simply to realize that the world could also welcome my thoughts as a woman, and that's how I decided to work, work, work. And you will see that the work that I will do is concerning, of course, women's rights, because the way I work on myself is a way for me to access to a certain universal language. I'm an artist. I'm coming from an artistic background. I've done the French Conservatory, so I'm a theater performer. So coming out of the conservatory, again, as a woman, I was asked to be chosen in castings, having a director looking at me to see if I was the right body, if I was fitting to the role. And this idea of being passive each time, waiting to be chosen, waiting especially for men. At that time, men were directors, women were casting directors, was really not what I wanted to do. So I decided to be active and to use theater techniques to help people to better speak. I had such a thirst to help, whether woman or man, but I really wanted that my help being effective in this world. So I worked with art therapy, theater therapy, and of course, the first thing that people were asking me were, okay, that's nice, your art therapy things, but do you have a budget? And I was like, a budget? It might be a play that I never read. And they were like, no, a budget is a real budget, so go and learn. And so I've done this MBA at ESSEC Business School. I cried over finances, and I cried accounting. So I was a really girly girl, theater, heroine, classical dance, piano. So I actually opened my eyes into this notion of profit. And when I knew what was a business plan, I decided to do my own shows, putting people who have suffered on stage, such as, people survivors of Rwanda genocide. And I had the chance to be accepted to do a PhD with Nobel Peace Prize, Elie Wiesel, who were my mentor for my PhD at Boston University, with the question on how theater could help Shoah survivors to better speak. To finish my art therapy article approach, so I've done this diploma at the Paris Descartes Faculty of Medicine together with St. Anne Hospital in order to better understand how art can be used in psychiatric atmosphere. Harvard University invited me to teach a class, Theater and Human Rights, at the Kennedy School. And at Harvard, while I was teaching, while I was happy, I was empty. Like a lot of women, I gave a lot and I drained myself. Each time that I felt a little emotion from me, I was, how dare you beginning to be sad? You've heard people who have suffered all their life and you will cry over a boyfriend problem? And so basically, I was emotionally locked. And when you're teaching at Harvard, you can take a class for free. And I can tell you that you take a class knowing how much it costs. So basically, I looked in the catalog and I found positive psychology, a class on happiness. I was like, whoa, those Americans, they're going to teach me how to be happy, me? And I was very frustrated. And so I was like, I'm going to take the class just to show the professor that he's wrong about me. He will not make me happy. And I discovered positive psychology, which really opened my eyes. And I went to congratulate the professor who told me, your theater techniques given to people who suffered are very nice. But if you want to make a transformation to the society, you need to become a coach. You need to speak to decision makers. You need to go in companies, in public sector, in order for these theater games that you're doing for better understanding, mutual understanding, being effective. So that's how I became a coach. And so in 2012, I was recommended by a Nobel Peace Prize, Elie Wiesel, to UNESCO Ambassador section as a UNESCO Artist for Peace. What does it mean? It means that today I'm dividing my time between the profit as a coach, as a trainer, whether public sector, private sector, lots of banks, lots of luxury sectors, a lot of tech on public speaking, how to better speak in public, how to better negotiate, conflict resolution. And here are people that I strongly advise you to discover, because those are my foundations when it comes to coaching. I mentioned Tal Ben-Shahar in positive psychology for positive leadership, but also William Ury that I had the chance to have as a professor as negotiations. And I worked a lot as a theater expert on nonverbal in negotiation. Mr. Paul Ekman also needs to be mentioned. I met with him and I worked with him for 4 years. He's a master in emotional intelligence and also a master in lying detection. So when it comes to looking at people, and you will see especially in diplomacy, it's very interesting to know when you want to work with ministers whether the person is authentic or not. And I want to mention also Dr. Edith Perropierre, who worked with military in order to have some techniques very short for them to be stronger. And of course, storytelling, I had the chance to meet with those 3 great people who chose me to be their audiobook reader. You know that you have books that are existing in audiobooks. So whether Dr. Mukwege in Congo or Malala Yousafzai and of course, Elie Wiesel. So I had the chance to meet with many great people, not only to give them sometimes book that I recorded, to show them that the art of transmitting humanity that they are trying to do are there, but also trying to better understand, you know, how can I get feed, I would say, from their energy. And I feel like, especially the people who spoke before me, really gave me this feeling. I had the chance to meet with His Holiness Pope Francis, His Holiness Dalai Lama. I had the chance to meet with Simone Weil and all other. I want to also mention those research from Harvard University, Professor Claudia Gauldin about Femina Economicus also. And so just for you to know that today I'm at UNESCO on charge of 2 big events. So the first is Femina Vox International Forum. This is a forum for International Women's Rights Day that happens every March 8th on the big scene of UNESCO. We are each time having more than 2,000 people in sight and lots of people, of course, on the streaming. And we are here to discuss about a barometer of women's rights. We are talking about feminist diplomacy. We're talking about, we had the chance to have Amida Aman, who is here. You see her in the panel. I put you on the picture. And so as an artist, I'm always alternate roundtable, very cerebral, and performance. You know, so here you see the Mama of Congos who came to put fire. So that was very important for me. And of course, the second event that I'm doing is World Art Day on April 15th, and of course you're all invited, which is to show how art can cure, how art can heal. So it's all about art therapy, art and peace education, and those are very important when it comes to women involvement, women artists. Here you see, for example, women who are victims of cancer, who are using dance, and especially flamenco, in order to be reintegrated in the society. So I'm here to talk to you very quickly about this notion of no peace without woman. This comes from a bigger scope, and you heard in the previous speeches this notion of we are here to talk about a way to change, a way to understand transformation in terms of society. What's going on? Multiple signals are coming. We cannot stay the way we have functioned before. And that's why I want you here at the Women Economic Forum to think about diplomacy differently. We're always, when we're talking about diplomacy, thinking political elites, whereas in fact, I would think that entrepreneurship, the way we see it with disruptive techniques, can be applied to diplomacy when it comes to civil diplomacy. This is what I'm doing with artistic diplomacy, cultural diplomacy, feminist diplomacy, sport diplomacy, or business diplomacy. I would like to talk first, of course, about what's going on for us, which is all about Women Economic Forum, what I'm doing in businesses, whether with concept, because you know that each sphere of the society needs to have a way to adapt your language. For example, when I'm working with PwC, not to name them, when I'm working with them, I cannot speak about communication. I'm not doing communication. Communication is a bad word. I'm talking about efficiency when it comes to relational performance. You get it? So it's very interesting to see how each, and especially when it comes to company, when it comes to culture of a company, really is devoted to a specific way to speak. So here, for example, I'm using key behavioral indicators, I'm using artificial intelligence, how to put a little bit more heart, whether the artificial one, situational intelligence in the VUCA world, how to get, of course, situational intelligence, in fact, is only improv. How to use improv, theatrical improv, in a company today, and especially companies that are not expecting conflicts or COVID. So how suddenly you can get used to this notion of situational intelligence. I developed Women on Board, which is a podcast with Harvard Business Review on how to help women to understand how to get on board. And again, I'm sorry to say, but as good students, the way we are, we were thinking of sending a nice resume and a letter of motivation in order to enter in boards, and of course, it's not working like that. Or worst, spending $20,000 in order to go to a training to say, oh, now I know because I got trained, which is not working like this. So Woman on Board podcast is very interesting because we are trying to match the quotas when it comes to having women on economic boards. Sport diplomacy. It was not enough for me to work on those notions. I had to also have a reflection on my body. I really needed to have a physical engagement when it comes to women's rights. This is what I want you to discover. It's going to be very quick because I know that the rest of the panels arrive.
Since childhood, people mocked me because I couldn't climb the rope. It became a challenge, a promise to the little girl I once was. But as I climbed, wrist burning, ankles bruised, I realized this ascent wasn't mine alone. It carried the weight of millions of women across the world, across history. Each movement a struggle, each sleep a setback, each grip a triumph. This rope belongs to our mothers, our sisters, to all those who once dared to say, I deserve equality. And up there, at the very top, a breath of hope.
So this is a new project I'm working on with mix of sport and art and women's rights. It was a challenge for me to climb ropes because those little kids mocked me not to be able to be sports and climbing ropes. So I decided to create this little movie that will happen on March 8th at the UNESCO, United Nations, Geneva and New York together with grip, with dates, and also having a better understanding of what's going on in the world regarding women, with the rope over the neck for women who are dying, hanged, either in Afghanistan or in Iran. I know that you will talk about it this afternoon. Feminist diplomacy, to finish. I've developed what we're calling the International Courts for Women in Diplomacy. I had the chance to have lots of first ladies, lots of entrepreneurs to come and to sign those agreements. And again, what is interesting is when the governments mean affair, you know, foreign affairs are wonder, but who is that girl? Where is she coming from? What does she represent? Usually, the other is saying, oh, she's just a little mother at home. She wants to have fun, you know, and she has good ideas. And that's what I like also, the fact that the money that inputs in those different projects are very personal monies in order for me to have the freedom to really do whatever I want. I created the Sarah and Hajar Accords, which are the equivalent of the Abraham Accords. This happened in April 2023 between the Morocco, UAE, Emirates, Bahrain, and Israel. Women diplomats came together and we signed officially in order to create in this region a willingness from a feminine understanding of the region. And this still continue. We had wonderful press, and I wanted to mention. And so for me, No Peace Without Women is, in fact, something very concrete. It's not only a way to have forums, but we need to make things change within the laws. And for me, women negotiate differently. And you see that when you have a woman at the table of diplomatic negotiation, things change. You know, the treaty lasts longer. the way we negotiate becomes something that is more etymologically about negotiation. You know, negotiation comes from negocium, which means not like relentlessly. It's really how can we keep the communication flow and not trying to win over. And so I decided to present this resolution in front of the United Nations September 10th at the Peace Talks. And since then, I'm working, lobbying with different countries. And I have the chance to have spoken now to Mr. Vincenzo Grassi, who is the ambassador at the United Nations Geneva, in order for Italy also to be here to really support this resolution. It would be very important for me to Italy to be here, because I feel like you are a country that is such, I would say, involved and conscious about how to find the right words to the people. So I would feel like Italy is important. I will finish with artistic diplomacy. What is artistic diplomacy? It's also a conscious of what do I show to others. Artistic diplomacy is how do I make others feel something, and with the notion of togetherness. It go for me through fashion, through theatrical, of course, background. And today you will see I put a statement, which is the peace dress by Valentino. I'm going to show you. This peace dress has 35 years this year and has been created by Mr. Valentino during Gulf War in order to do a statement of stop war. It was 35 years ago. I feel like today, with all the wars that we are going through, we need to show how this wonderful Italian designer has been thinking that fashion can also be transmitting values of diplomacy. And as you see, you have diplomacy everywhere. And again, forcing yourself to go on stage. Okay, I'm a performer, so I'm not supposed to be afraid on stage, but either. So coming on stage, coming on a rope, trying to really find a proper way to transmit and defend women's rights. This goes through a big partnership between fashion and my convictions. Here you see some covers of L'Officiel, Glamour, or Rolling Stone. It goes also with beauty and symbol. And this is what we will live together here at the Women Economic Forum. And I want to thank so much Marina to allow me to do this symbolic gesture. I had tried to go through all Mediterranean countries in order to release a dove. You see me here with Greece, for example, and other country. I never have done it in Italy before, and I feel like today will be an exceptional opportunity for me. So we will all together have this dove fly in the right direction in order to really make our voice, our woman voice, and men and women together for equality, in order for really people to accept that we need to be a voice for peace. So here you see at the Cannes Movie Festival, you see in different countries as well. So as a conclusion, I will invite you to do what I'm doing with my rope, which is taking the A of war and putting into the A of peace. A is simply aspiration. I think we all have this inspiration within us. Aspiration comes from willingness. Aspiration comes for the capacity of daring. I think we need today, thanks to the Women Economic Forum, to dare to be woman, to dare to be something else than a definition of woman, which is simply a human being that is able to carry eggs. I promise you, I looked at the definition, and this is what it's written still. So I think we need to bring this A of inspiration to be part of a more global approach of the world. Thank you so much for your listening. Thank you.
Please stay, remain. Okay. I really want to thank you, this wonderful woman. A prize is not only an object. A prize is something that has the power to fly, and a prize represents an effort much bigger that we can understand. So this lady is a voice, that's for sure. But please stand up now, because we need to remember that we are all voices and we are all committed in creating wonderful results, because we have this feminine, and this feminine has the power to create the impossible. So please stand up. So, and now, 10, 15 minutes break and working. That's okay? No? We continue. The answer is no. So, okay, we really love. So we are now ready for the first session. Okay. Okay. Thank you very much, because I know that energy is so precious. And I'm particularly happy to open the first panel. Just a second. How are you? Everything is going well? Good. Okay. First of all, I want to thank you, all the partners that are attending this day. It's so important, your support. And please welcome on the stage Chiara Corazza. She is the president of this first panel, and the title is Pioneering Women Redefining Contemporary Society. Chiara Corazza, she's an amazing woman. Congratulations for your amazing career, because, please, I know that space is not so, but if you agree, I'd really like to introduce you, because you deserve. It's a moment of celebration also for our important goals. And Chiara Corazza is President CCC French representative, Global 20 Empower member, G7 Gender Equality Advisor Council affiliate professor, ESCP Business School, and last but not least, European Economic Social Committee member of the board. So congratulations, because it's an amazing journey, and you have an important panel to introduce. The stage is yours, and of course, here to support.
Thank you. Thank you so much. First, maybe I can invite the member of the panel, like that we will together. Starting with Anna. Maybe you will see how powerful women in leadership decided to be dressed in red. We even didn't ask it before. It was unconscious. Anna, Loredana, Katrin, Anne-Claire, and Mette. It's like that. The time that they will be on the floor, maybe I would just congratulate Wilda. Where is she, Wilda? And to congratulate her, when I get the recognition from the WEF as Legendary Woman of the Decade, I said, my goodness, I'm so old. I have so much to do still, but it's something I'm very proud of. And I wanted to start to say how proud and happy I am to be part of the WEF and Advisory Council, how proud and how many recognition we should all have to Arbin, because Arbin is the inspiring driving force behind all that, with the capacity to choose the best, as Marilena here in Italy and in Mediterranean, with our wonderful Marianne. We are so proud to have you, our First Lady, the best First Lady we could imagine, to put all your strength and your vision in our works. And it's the same in many countries. And I would really say how much this WEF, even if it's young, it's so impactful, so strong. I'm active in women issues and gender equality since 40 years. But this one, it's really a special platform. And I'm really happy that we are all together here. And I'm also very happy that we will talk about leadership. This opening panel, it's paramount for me, because if we don't talk about leadership, we don't talk about governance, we just leave five men deciding for planet, for people, for prosperity, for everything, driven also only by their own ego, by their own power, by their own interest. And this is not possible. We badly need women leaders to take the floor, to be at the table of negotiation, to act for peace, to act for the future of technology, of innovation, of climate change, and every field where it's important that women bring their contribution. That's why I'm really happy to do this opening panel. But let me first say that as a Mediterranean, I'm very happy of the team that has been chosen, because where else than from Mediterranean? That's the home of all of us. It's the home of civilization. It's where everything has been invented, created since the night of the times. And where women, let me say so, were very powerful. Remember in Olympus, in the lamp, you had goddesses who decided, woman goddesses, who decided the destiny of poor human beings, including Ulysses. What had Ulysses done without Athena? And what had been Achilles done without Venus? They were there. And then we have other strong women, such as Nefertiti, such as Dido, such as Cleopatra, of course. And of course, women who fought against unjust taxes since the time of Hortensia, without forgetting, because Ercilius there, Hypatia, our mathematician, but not only because you're there. And if I can say my favorite one, the non-Italian one, maybe don't know, and an incredibly courageous and daring woman, it's Galla Placida. Do you know her? Yes. Galla Placida, yeah, yes, because you're Italian, but our people from around the world don't know Galla Placida. Galla Placida was the daughter of the last emperor of Italy, and she was so disruptive that she decided to marry the brother-in-law, Ataulf, who was the one who destroyed Rome, the barbarians, and especially who put her in captivity, and she was maybe the most important prisoner that in the story, the whole story of the world, because, I mean, she was the most prestigious and important people. And she married a barbarian, and many others, and because we are in Palermo, certainly the mother of Frederick II. I don't think that Frederick II would not be the same if her mother would not educate him in that way. Just to say that in the past we had women, and because we are talking about peace and security, we cannot forget that one of the lasting important agreement of peace coming back for 5029 was the peace negotiated by women, la paix des dames, women's peace. The mother of François Ier, Louise de Savoia, Louise de Savoie, and the aunt of the Emperor of Spain, Charles V, Marguerite d'Autriche. And why? Because she was tired to see poor children in the jail in Spain, because they were tired to see all this war. They decided enough is enough, and they did the peace, and the peace lasted, and they put end at the wars in Italy. Why I'm saying all that? I'm saying that to say, just to remind that in Mediterranean, we have this power of women. We have this capacity. In the past, we have demonstrated that. And it's really time now, from these shores to these 21 countries, these different cultures, religions, 10 languages, this differentiation that is our richness, to tackle the issues that you have, this political crisis. We are maybe where the most problem are concentrated, but let from here take the lead of women that can be able and pioneers, and show, as we will do it during our discussion, show that we can act on a daily basis to change things, to be present, to bring a positive contribution. Like that will maybe from here hear our voices, see our action, and advance. Then again, I'm very proud because I have an amazing panel. Maybe I will not explain each of you directly because I see that this is wonderful booklet with all the bios. Then I will maybe make it shorter that I had in view. And I will start with you, Anna Donna Krika. Anna Donna Krika is it's the invisible woman who does. She's never putting her in value, but she does. She's the one who is inspiring in the Union de Méditerranée, where she's responsible for gender equality, where she inspires this policy, the mainstream policy of gender, of woman empowerment in Union de la Méditerranée, and she launched so many campaigns, especially on climate change, the nexus between climate change and women. We will come back on that. And maybe, you know what, maybe not, I will not introduce you, I will introduce you when I start a question like that, I will go directly on the ground. You have a very good visibility. You're coming back from Cairo, and you have a very good visibility on the fact and figures and how women are present in the different sectors on the Mediterranean shores, on the both two shores. Maybe you can just put us the frame, because in this first panel of questions we will give some facts and figures, but especially explain your own experiences on the ground, who you meet, what you do, what that may be some stories that you want to share with us. And don't look at the, Carol, don't look at the, we have our time. We take our time. Because we have so much to say. Then please, Anna.
First of all, thank you very much. A pleasure and a privilege to be here with you. Thank you, Chiara, for inviting me. And I think I'm going to put on my LinkedIn profile the Invisible Woman. I like it. Thank you very much. As Chiara
the Invisible Woman who does.
Who does?
Otherwise, invisible is not good.
Thank you very much. As Chiara was saying, I work for the Union for Mediterranean. One question, how many of you know who we are? Okay, fine, fantastic, Helena. Our organization is an intergovernmental organization of 43 member states, which cover the 27 of European Union and 16 from MENA region, Middle East and North Africa, and Balkan regions, which means that we are a political organization, but we work on sectorial policies, from economic development, trade and investment, climate, environment, blue economy, climate, disaster risk management, and so on. And where gender, artificial intelligence, yes, when I say economic development, I include a lot of things, but basically where gender and women empowerment stand among all these topics. I have to say that when I arrived 5 years ago at the UFM, it was let's say, more a political commitment, but not really supported by concrete operational activity. So what I try to do is to translate this commitment in terms of women leadership, women economic empowerment, fighting against gender-based violence in practice. How we are doing this and where we stand in terms of impact, which is the most important thing. We have a ministerial declaration where we have the political commitment, and where the countries and our main stakeholder were saying, first of all, we need more women in leadership position. But when you look at the leadership position in the region, you have a very different data. First of all, there is a positive trend, at least in the MENA region, where we went from 9–10% of women represented in government and parliament, from 9 to 18, which is still less than 30% in Europe. But it's a big impact in the last, let's say, 10 years. But when you think, for example, climate funds, or green funds of the agro-food main international organization, and you look at the presence of women at the leadership level, the figures are less positive, unfortunately. And we have also to make a distinction that was mentioned recently by a policy research paper from the World Bank, which is we have to take into account that we have a let's say, substantive representation of women leadership position and descriptive representation. Meaning, it's true, you can have 30% or 40% in the board in the companies. Someone was mentioning this before, but what does it mean they are in the board? Are really changing in terms of supporting women economic empowerment or not? Because you can have a lot of women, and most likely when you look in terms of gender pay gap, work-life balance, they are not those bringing the change. So you have also to look through the data, what does imply. From the MENA region and talking about our experience.
I would just, sorry, interrupt you, but I will do it all the time. Anna, I would like to know, do you feel there is a backlash? I mean, do you are still optimistic? Well, as you say, there is a progression, or do you feel since 6 months, for instance, a backlash even in your work? and in terms of funds, including for the rural area, the most, challenging issues of women on the ground?
I'm going to say something which is not maybe political correct, but when you look at the women economic empowerment, there is a lot of interest in terms of investment. So in this sense, the trend is very positive. And this is not because everybody believes in gender equality, but because there is also some, what I call gender washing. It's important to show that you are doing things for women because it's nice, because it's part of the standard, because you are in the International Standard Index. But then when you go deeply, the data again are not so homogeneous. Where you see a backlash is more about women's rights or women-led organization in civil society. This is where the situation is witnesses a shrinking civil space for women to speak. This is. And when we talk about women, peace and security, but I think Loredana is better positioned to talk about this, it's even more worrying, the situation. Again, when you look at the region, you talk about global and regional data, but there are so many differences at country level, but even at local level. One element that I think is important, one, especially from the European side, we look at the other shore of the Mediterranean, we think all the countries are equal. No, it's not the truth. There are some of them, and again, between urban and rural areas, you have to look at the difference. There is a lot of intersectionality to be taken into account. There is a lot of dishomogeneity. And you cannot think there is one solution fits all. This is not applicable. I'm talking about the donor, the investors, the political agreement with the countries. Just an example for Cairo that I brought back to me. We were in Cairo because we are developing a regional agenda on innovation, how to finance innovation for women entrepreneurs in the agro-food sector. Because we can talk about technology, artificial intelligence, but if the people have nothing to eat, there is no technology. It doesn't help a lot. I'm sorry, just to be practical. So this means that we need to support women entrepreneurs that represent 50% of the labor force in this region. How to do this? They need innovation, they need technology, but they also need access to finance. They need mentorship, they need coaching, as someone was saying. And I have to say that leadership, you think about leadership, you have women leaders, Chiara is here. But for me, women leaders are 4 women who came from a very, very isolated area in Upper Egypt, which traveled for the first time in their life to come to a conference. When they arrived at the hotel, they were so scared, they traveled alone, meaning without family, husband, brothers, without anybody. When they arrived at the hotel, it was their first time, they were so scared, they decided to sleep together in the same room, But the day after, and the second day, they took the floor. They spoke, of course, in the Arabic dialect, but they spoke in front of 80 people for the first time in their life, and they spoke about their knowledge, their experience. They are creating small farmers. They are creating cooperatives. They are working with the local community to create an impact. And when we asked them, what did you learn after 2 days of this training, capacity building, and dialogue? They replied, we learned that we have a knowledge, we have capacities, and we are leaders in our communities. And for the first time, someone acknowledged this. And for me, this is an impact because they are going back and to tell their communities they can do things together. And this is, I stop here because I know that we have a lot of things.
Yes, I have so many questions to ask you, but again, I hope that you will be very indulgent with the timing. Loredana Teodorescu, it's proud of Italy in my mind. I see her active in the G7 Advisory Council, she active in the international conferences, I see she active, how she shows not only her competence, but how she is committed in what she's doing. And she's not doing peanuts. She's just the president of the WIS Italy, That's the woman in international security. We are talking about essential things. And she's also the coordinator, the head of the Mediterranean Women Mediator Networks. And she's also a mother of a young girl. She's a young woman, so active and so impressive all around the world. And you do so many things. Maybe it's easier that you can explain exactly what you do. She's also, of course, in the G100 as the president for security. Maybe it's better that you explain on the ground what you do, what is on your daily basis your work. And then I would also ask you how you feel the ambience when you talk with people in this situation, especially if you talk with so many people that are not on the table of negotiation and would like to be. If you really can maybe tell a very, very human story of what you experience on a daily basis and how you deal with that.
So first of all, thank you very much, and it's really an honor to be here. And thank you, Chiara, for your kind words. Indeed, we worked together during the G7 last year, and it was a meaningful experience trying to contribute to shaping some policies, bringing some ideas to the table.
By the way, sorry to interrupt you. By the way, maybe we could share with the conclusions, because there were a lot of work and quite interesting. Maybe we could share with at the end the conclusion on conflicts, peace, security.
Of course, of course. So I'm the president of Women in International Security Italy, which is an Italian organization affiliated to a global network with the idea to promote women's leadership in peace and security, because we know that this is more a male-dominated field, but at the same time we are convinced, and data are also helping us in showing that, that women are really essential if we want to achieve peace, security, and stability worldwide. Among our main initiatives, I'm also leading the Mediterranean Women Mediators Network, and I'm very proud to lead this network because it was launched by Italy, by the Ministry of Foreign Affairs, together with 2 civil society organizations, and now it gathers around 100 women from the 4 shores of the Mediterranean, working at a different level for peace and security. And I will tell you a little bit more about that. But here, let me just reconnect to what Anna was saying before in terms of numbers. So of course, we know that the situation is very challenging nowadays. First of all, in terms of numbers, if we look at women seated at those tables where decisions are made, and women able to contribute in formal spaces to peace and security. We heard some numbers before. I can tell you that last year, for instance, we had only 7% of negotiators and 14% of mediators among all the different efforts done worldwide. So the numbers are not positive, are not promising. But at the same time, what I always say is that women are not absent, are rather invisible, Chiara. As you said, they are just invisible, but they are there. They are working mainly in informal spaces, behind those formal tables. They are keeping alive communities, keeping alive the dialogue, and we know that this is essential now with this widespread polarization. They are working in terms of resilience. Just think about what Afghan women are doing or Ukrainian women are doing now with the desperate situation they are living in. And here I can bring maybe some examples. For instance, I'm very inspired by one of the mediators I'm working with in Lebanon. She's Lea Baroudi. She's working in the north of Lebanon, trying to reconnect divided communities. We know that these communities, these sectarian divides within the country are trapped somehow in a cycle of violence. And if we don't address these violences at community level, it's really impossible to reach a sustainable peace at the international level. She's a woman. She's working in this kind of dangerous, what they are known as dangerous neighborhoods. So at the beginning, she was discouraged because everybody was telling her, you will not be able to do anything. You are a woman. It's too dangerous. How can you bring together former fighters and people who hate each other? How can you do that? But she was courageous enough, and she had a network supporting her. So the network of women mediators, of course, was there, also showing solidarity. And in the end, she made it. She used the culture, theater, at the beginning as an entry point, bringing together young men from the different communities. And for the first time, she was there listening to them. And they say this really made the difference. So they felt human again after so many years of war, conflicts, and violence. This brought them together, and now this is a successful program. Which, by the way, is also an example for other contexts. So, for instance, if we think at Syria, Syria is now undergoing a transitional phase, and there we still have many divisions within the communities. So it's important to understand how we can bring people together, and this is somehow what I call peace by doing. It's not just being at formal, tables discussing peace, but it's also doing peace in your daily work. Now, what is important for me, it's to work on both levels. So, of course, we need to push as much as possible women to be present at that table. And this is, I always say, is not just a matter of justice, equality, and fairness. It's really about effectiveness. If we want to reach sustainable results, women need to be there because they bring different perspectives, they bring a different way to do things. They also put on the table different needs. So, I mean, it's really important to have them since the beginning. But at the same time, we should not forget about those women, bringing a change in their daily life, which means recognizing what's there and also support what's there. And now going back to your second question, Chiara, about the situation. Now, the global situation is really challenging in the sense that peace and security are challenged everywhere. There is a growing number of conflicts, the highest number of conflicts after the Second World War. We also see that United Nations and international law, for instance, are challenged, are weaker. So we do not have, the traditional actors working in terms of, peace, security, and stability. So this is a challenge also for our work. If we look at that shrinking space for civil society, if we look at the backlash in terms of, women's rights, of course, these are all challenges. But at the same time, I think that this global situation reminds us that women, peace, and security is even more important than ever. I mean, it's really a strategic tool helping us to achieve what we all want. And so my message is always, let's work for peace and security together, because there we need a collective effort, and we really need women there. So it's not, we are not competing with, with each other. It's really a matter of a collective responsibility and the role we can each play. And this brings me last remark on the issue of leadership, if you want, because what the women mediators I'm working with are showing us, it's that we need a collective leadership, meaning that each of us has a role to play. It's not always the leadership to the front. It's also the leadership of those women working behind the formal scenes. And they are showing us that we need a transformative leadership, meaning that once you are there, you need also to work in order to change, the system. And so they are there not just as women, doing something or sitting at the table. They are working also for the voiceless women, for the marginalized communities. They are working, they are trying to put on the table different issues and topics. So it's really about bringing a change all together.
You know that I'm a very optimistic person, but we just held, I had the honor to participate last week to the 4th conference on feminist policies. And I can tell you that they were not so optimistic as you. Of course, we're very happy because Morocco joined the coalition of feminist policies state that implement feminist policies. But on the ground, I don't know if you see any woman in the pictures when we see negotiation. I don't have the impression. I mean, no, not really. Then what should we do to increase? Because, I mean, all this conference, I mean, this feminist policy is very good. I mean, we are very good at objectives. Many states really are committed. And the number of diplomats are, for instance, in France, now we have 45% of diplomats at the highest level. And it was 11% 10 years ago. It's really important embassies. And many states are doing a lot of efforts. Then we see now the numbers increase in terms of people active in this sector, but even in NATO we see that the policy of diversity has been put in a corner without saying anything, but it's in a corner. And what should we do? How can we react?
So I think that it's really about first of all holding accountable those countries and international
Same in
organizations.
defense. You see that now women are not really allowed anymore to be in the military troops if they're not the same requisite than men. I mean, where are we going? I mean, what should we do?
So the situation is bad, but our role, I think, it's also to give hope and stay positive, leveraging what's already there. And I think it's important to showcase also how women are contributing to peace and security, again, even if they are not there, and how important would be to include them as much as possible, because they can bring this kind of change.
When they're at the table,
yes,
the peace agreements last
35%
more. And
exactly.
That's, I mean, everybody has these figures, then they could use it maybe.
Exactly. And I think it's, so we have the Women, Peace and Security Agenda, which was adopted 25 years ago. Actually, tomorrow is the official 25th anniversary. And I think that this is a tool that we could leverage. I mean, we have all the normative framework, we have more awareness, we have national action plans, we have commitments done by member states and international organizations. So we need, first of all, to hold all the actors accountable, seeing these as a collective responsibility. We need concrete and positive measures in order to address the obstacles. So first of all, let's think about the obstacles and how we can bring this kind of change. We need political willingness, so there should be a political willingness to accelerate. And again, we are there to remind the world that this is very much needed, and it's not just for the sake of having some women at the table, it's because this has a positive impact in peace and security. So we are all, if we are all serious about achieving peace and security, if you all want peace and security, there's a way to do it, and it's about also including women at those tables. And then we need targeted measures. So we need some target and then a mechanism in order to monitor. Because we know that these commitments done at the EU level, they are political statements, but in the end, they are not binding. So we need to work more in this regard. And then I think it's also about keeping together with us the new generations. So for instance, I launched a mentoring program 5 years ago with this idea to have also the younger generation working with us in order to include as much as possible women. We heard that this is about mindset, and we know that a cultural change needs time, needs generations. So the new generation, the new emerging leaders are really essential for that too.
Thank you, Loredana. We will talk about the next question. I'm so happy that Catherine Goulden-Lemaire could join us. It's a good friend. It's a wonderful person. She's both German and French. She's active in UK, in Germany, in France, and she knows very well how to deal with different cultures. She's a archaeologist. I mean, she's a philosopher. She's expert in so many things. You would explain it better than me. But I think it's a richness for this panel that we go from peace and security on governance, because without leadership in governance, including in business, we don't go nowhere. Then, Catherine, I'm so happy that you could join us, and that you know now this wonderful platform that's the WEF. I think it will be, that's the first of a long series of your presence in the WEF. And could you explain us how, maybe I would like to make a focus on governance, saying that when we talk about fact and figures, we have so many differences, but here we do where we stand in Europe, in the Mediterranean zone in terms of fact and figures. But I would like to remember, for those who maybe don't know it, that we're very proud because active in that. We have now in France 46% of women in board. There were 11% in 2011 when the law Copé-Zimmermann was done. And now we have a very special law, unique in the world, and I would really like that it could be implemented in Italy. We did a lot of work with Elena Bonetti with that, because I worked on the law in France with Madame Rixin. This law, it's very simple. Where's the power? The power is in the executive committee. I don't say that you don't have power in the boards, but the executive committee, it's on a daily basis where you decide the strategy of the company, and we implemented it. And in the executive committees worldwide, the number are 11%. And in France, we were 18%, and now, thanks to this law, voted on the 24th of December 2021, with fully consensus. We don't have this in France anymore, but anyway, at the time we had fully consensus. And it's a law that's very simple. It's a mandatory quota of 30% of women from now to next year, 26, and 40% from now until 2030. And if you don't do it, you have very high fines, and and the reputation of the company, because all this is very transparent. And we did it because from 2018 to now, we came from 18% to now 29%. That means that women are there when we need them. Well, they're not invisible, we can find them. They're invisible, we can find them. Then, just introduction, you're working on that, you're advising CEOs. Yes. How do you convince them on the importance to have a woman leadership, more number, but also more power? Okay. How do you act? You create many companies? Tell us.
Let me just, before I answer this, I just want to give a positive frame. When you said it's very challenging, I'm somebody who've worked for 25 years in the business system. I sometimes venture, as here, into the public sector, sometimes in religion and into science. I think what is very important, though, is that we remain hopeful always. Okay, never ever be not hopeful, because I think this will create meaning and it will give us a future. So let's keep this frame. And I think also, because I work in finance where there are a lot of numbers and a little bit in tech, change is often precipitated through crisis. So, and I will answer this in a moment, but I had to think, maybe let me start by doing a tangent, because I liked the headline, Pioneering Women. Okay, who or what are pioneers? They are usually people who go ahead of us, who go into areas that are not known, that are unknown, and into territory that might not be safe, that might be rough, and that might be wild. So we shouldn't be surprised if we want to be pioneers, okay? And at the same time, it's normally the leader who goes ahead. When I work with leaders, I would like to I would like to point out two things, because I've seen in the last few years, there's a lot of focus on leadership. What is leadership? So let's just first qualify what comprises leadership. And I think there we can also then venture onto the notion of why, at least to a certain extent, why are we so few women in leadership? It's definitely the notion of power, okay? Leadership includes power. So leadership, second, includes a form of collective intelligence and certainly political communication. And I know a lot of people speak about networks, but I would like to broaden that to social cohesion. And I think that's an extraordinary strength for women over and above networking, which has effects on peace and security, which also has ripple-on effects on economic prosperity, on education, on everything that goes alongside it. So I think when we speak about leadership, and especially when I see some of the leaders, I actually work with men and women. I'm not, because I focus very much on governance, and governance as culture, not just as an entity focused element, but rather as an overarching notion on how to lead a company. It's actually gender neutral, it's superordinate. So it's neither feminine nor masculine. But what I've noticed as part of governance as culture, that the focus, and I know it sells very well because in business education, is a lot in leadership formation. It's all about style, image, and some of the forms of expression. One thing that is absolutely gender neutral, it's one thing that is absolutely prerequisite is character. I'm sorry, we can bin style, we can, personality, image, we can all change that, but character is something, again, a pioneer who has character will not wither and withstand in territory that is wild and that is dangerous. So this is what I see, and unfortunately, a lot of the times in all the systems, a lot of the leaders we have might not be the most characterful people. That's an unfortunate truth. So, but one thing to go then on to women, one thing I would like to encourage and what I see at the moment, I'm involved in France in an association which is called Active, that is trying to get more female CEOs into the CAC 40, which is the leading stock exchange. I see that we also need to want to assume this power. And when we come to N, which is the C-suite, okay, we see a lot of women drop out beforehand, but I think due to certain institutional factors, whether that is at N-3, -4, whether that is...
And Claire will add something else also, certainly.
Yeah, you know, I think you will say, you speak a lot, you know, you will speak a lot about the penalties. You know, I'm a mother also, but also whether that's childcare, whether that's also certain ambitions, that is, again, networks, that is all these things that go alongside with leadership, where a lot of women want to do their job, but the job actually changes when you become a leader. You have to negotiate, you have to trade, you have to cooperate, collaborate, a lot of things. So these notions in leadership change often when we come to the top. And on top of it, it's a very lonely place to be. A pioneer is often a very lonely person. So what do we do when we are leaders? What kind of counsel do we surround ourselves with, as we have the responsibility, but normally we're also accountable. You know, the ultimate decision maker is the person whose head is on the block. And again, we see that when we evoke today, you know, I hear a lot of people saying, oh, we lack courageous leaders. Yes and no. Again, that is totally gender neutral, right? Why? Because often it's a very lonely position, and often the counsel around it might also not be very helpful and might not encourage. I think courage is included in encouraging, so we need wise counsel. Do I see certain things where I think in institutionalized power, and I think this is what we most speak about, we evoke here. No? We definitely see numbers falling. I've worked a lot and lived a long time in the UK, in France and Germany, and as a German I can say France is wonderful, and I know Italy is more like Germany. It's very tough for women. And but I think I would also like to say, while I think quotas are necessary, do I necessarily like them? No. But I think these days they've become necessary, unfortunately, to a certain extent. The reality is they might not come through in certain countries. I doubted that they will come through in a country like Germany. You know, on an EU level to a certain extent, and again, and then we have to differentiate into which systems can we, you know, in the business system that is so international with public markets, international investors, no, it won't happen. And I think it's a truth that we have to reconcile ourselves with. And something that is very important to me is to see, also when I advise leaders and boards, if there is a certain access that is not given to us as women in institutionalized power, what other spheres of influence can we recreate outside these institutions? How can we collaborate, cooperate?
But it's, Catherine, it's what you're doing. Because one thing is fix a number. It's what we do, for instance, with laws.
Exactly. And
we work at the institutional level. We try to, I mean, again, I've been very active in the Rixan law. I'm very proud about I'm very active in this kind of things. We can prepare the institutional frame, the federal frame. Exactly. But then what you say to the leaders to change the mentalities, to make numbers okay, but numbers are not enough, as we said before. We need also what's behind the numbers. Yes. Then what do you say to the leaders to convince them that, you know what, a more balanced leadership, it's good for the company? Maybe you take them by the sentiment, you just remind the performances, the results, maybe you just remember how much.
I think it's more
what you tell them?
You know what? I think it's more complex. At the moment, I'm under strict confidentiality, so let me generalize. I see it with a lot of international companies who have a strong US business. Certainly for boards and C-suites, there is a lot of legal pressure, okay? So you have district attorneys, and in the US, you have laws coming out that actually make those boards which are personally liable. So you can go to prison, you can lose your fortune, everything, if you install certain measures. And what we've, unfortunately, some of the diversity and equality activism we've seen has also not been very helpful, because it's been so emotional, it's been all over the place. So in business, this created a huge backlash, and it's politicized by both factions. It's neither left nor right, okay? It's extraordinarily politicized. So how can we go back to a superordinate level? So at the moment I'm working on something, and I'm publishing is, and this is where tech is actually interesting, is a sort of trigger. We are now in a 21st century knowledge economy, okay? Essentially in a lot of, where we have a lot of capitalism without physical capital. So where I see a window of opportunity, and it's a bit abstract, is that when a Meta CEO, Zuckerberg, offers for one data scientist of a rival company 1.5 billion, okay, and we cannot create a scientific proper case, and the McKinsey has been methodologically found to be not clear. We've got it scientifically, it's very difficult to get a proper case for diversity. But where there's the window of opportunity where we can come in is on the notion of social capital, I think. And again, we have to then go, I have a PhD in epistemology, so in knowledge creation and formation. So we need to go, and in some of our debates, and we can complement those moral and ethical debates and those regulatory debates, we need to go right back to the balance sheet, because this is where the critical investors, this is where the ones that are totally contrary to any measures, that's the only thing they look at. And we have one possibility, and it's through intangible assets, which is a very unsexy notion. And it goes into accounting, which is very boring, unfortunate. But we need to know our numbers. We need to know our finance, ladies. It's very important.
Not boring for us.
Yeah, no, but it is. And and we have the case on the economic level, and I think you will speak a bit about Claudia Goldin, okay, where we know economies, but we need to convince businesses and business leaders. And again, also, how do we get more women into the C-suite? I think a lot of us are involved from early on, right? Whether it's through educational STEM measures, it's through mentoring, it's through sponsoring. And I see it at sort of N-2 and everything. It has to be through male sponsors, not a mentor.
Katrin, you're absolutely incredible, passionate. I mean, I think we learned a lot, of course, but I have to interrupt you because we have so many other things to say. And I will jump to Mette. Mette Larsen, she's Danish, but she's a citizen of the world. She's a global entrepreneur. She has been always connecting different fields, different things in business, institution, and everything. And now you are, I mean, maybe you introduce yourself, that it would be more complete, but I would like, maybe you're an expert of governance, you're on many boards. Of course, Katrin said, we know the difficulties, but you experienced that you could make it. You're a success story woman. Then I would like maybe to share how you did it, because it was. That's
another angle.
It's not what I had in mind before when we prepared, but I think it would be nice that you share what you did and how you did it, and what you want to do also to always be in this alliance between different networks, between different cultures, between North of Europe and Mediterranean, and again, because this first question is around where we stand, maybe also make us as a portrait of the situation in Northern Europe. Many questions.
That was an interesting question, Chiara. Thank you very much for starting me out on that one.
And thank you for joining us last minute, yes. Because
that is interesting. I will share my story. I will first, whilst you are just kind of putting the global non-person in the room, which is a digital ChatGPT, for example, is a huge voice at the level of nations, at the level of CEOs and chair people, ministers, mayors. So right before in the taxi was, yes, in the taxi here, and inspired what Katrin said, I asked ChatGPT, I'm going here, I have to do a speech. It was about something else that Chiara asked me about, but I will get back to that. And I said, what are the main subjects? What are your opinion of what should be said in this conference? And I just, while you were speaking, I found it. Huh? So
I didn't go on ChatGPT, right?
well, yeah, no, of course not. But I found it. Then
it's very interesting. What?
It says it is not about equality; it's about growing economics. We love it. One down. Having more women as part of decision making makes societies wiser. We love it. Women make communities fairer. Very good. And we make the world a place that finally reflects the intelligence, the empathy, and the potential of all its people. Wow. Then it asks me, they don't, prompts me, would you like me to prepare a shorter version for panel introductions, la 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 la, and listen to this? Or would you prefer a slightly more personal version referencing your and your wife's joint leadership journey to anchor the message? How about that? So, yes, inspired by you, I thought I had to mention it.
But it started well. It started very well.
It started really well. It ended very suspiciously on a complete wrong note. I think that was a big learning for me right there in my taxi. So when you ask me, how did you make it? It was against all odds. You can then also say, being from Europe, being from Denmark, coming from Copenhagen, I would have had a lot of structural systems in place, which is super important for people not to be fighting one by one by one. We need the structural implications to work. So let me give another question. How many top boss women do you think are taking positions in our biggest, Denmark's biggest share market stock exchange called C25? Let's say there must be 50 top positions, right? I mean, there would be one CEO, one chairperson from each country. That's 50 positions. Give me a number. This is Denmark. How many women? How many women? Okay, let's say 20. Who hands up? 20? 20. This is Scandinavia. Have anything more than 20? 30. Elena? 40. 40. Catherine says 5. Who thinks 10? Who thinks 5? It's less than 5. So with that, you should not have invited me, Kari. I'm sorry, I'm bad news.
Mette, no, it's very interesting because worldwide it's 6% of CEOs on the Fortune 500. Then that means in Denmark it's less.
Yeah, but a bit
and in
apart.
France we were very unhappy, but thanks to initiative as Active, launched by the way by the former Minister of Gender Equality, Marlene Schiappa, we have 4 women in the CAC 40 in the stock exchange, and guess what? 4 of them are polytechnicians, STEM education.
Yes.
Because when we deal with energy, when you deal with communication, when we deal about chemistry, when you deal about, managing a big company in industrial system, you need competence. Then it's just we're coming back to that. Mette, you don't want to tell your story, please?
Yes, I'm actually inspired now to give you one of the most important elements why I made it, because I'm thinking while I'm sitting here, right? And one element was actually given to me because I worked in the Ministry of Finance when I was super young, which is just a few years ago. And there I worked.
No need to say.
Yeah, no. There I worked for the permanent secretary. He had a certain way of leading. He would just say, "You go fix this institution, figure out, change the management or whatever you want to do." And I was 25. And get back to me with the analysis, what I need. Then we do action, then we execute. Bye-bye. And then you could maybe, be extremely mentally pressured and everything, but he just kept doing it. That made me really, really used to being an innovative part
of a very, very powerful decision making. Both innovative, very powerful, have your analysis right. He taught me exactly what I did forever and after, which is pioneering, as Catherine said. At the same time, understanding there's a lot of uncertainty, but present yourself with power and make sure you have your powerful friends right at your side. That's how I made it. On one side, going into the structural, institutional, being a chair, focusing on whatever it takes. That's also why I suggested the global diplomatic corps or the ambassadors to Denmark to build a new program, which is called the Chair's Agenda, which is what Harbin Arora Rai also referred to, which is why I'm here, because she invited me into the D100, because she did that pioneering in her way. So in my way, I thought, let's gather the most powerful women who are chairs from all over the world. And I thought, who to ask? What would be the ultimate endorsement for a program like that? And I decided that has got to be the nations, because this is corporate. And in corporations, in private business, we have the biggest deficit of women at the top. The biggest, much bigger actually than what we are seeing in political and institutional areas. So how may I ask a diplomat to endorse that on behalf of a nation? You need a bit of pioneering. Also, I worked 7 years with them, so I earned trust. So I would go to 35 national days, because I worked with them for 5-7 years. I would be, alongside the countries. It was said, Laursen. And my father said, what are you doing there, actually? And what I was doing there was working at that time with mega cities all over the world, livability, sustainability issues, everything, what have you. But I always made sure that I understood who they are. I learned who these countries are. I never think I have a solution. I don't think because I come from Denmark that I have an Italian solution. I'd like to listen. You are an area here with a lot of focus on relational capital. Who do you think wins the negotiation at the end? Do you think it's me because I'm prepared and have the numbers? No, it's not. It's because you can make that link. So
I'm not sure that men would say the same thing. They know everything, everywhere.
Yeah.
And they don't need to listen.
They don't need to listen.
I'm generalizing, of course. They're wonderful men. No. And by the way, can you jump back to the fact that you had a man, Minister of Finance, who gave you responsibilities?
Yeah, we go back to that.
There is something that I really like very much in the WEF, in the Women Economic Forum, that the terms of solidarity, of sorority, it's not just a word. Here it works. It really works. And I can tell you that's not at all the case in many, many companies, especially important companies where women arrive and say, oh, I was the first, I want to say the first. I was the only one, I want to say the only one. And there is the famous place in hell that Madeleine Albright reminded for many women that I know, and they don't refer others. And my question was, do you think that if the Minister of Finances, when you were 5 or 6 years ago, when you were just 25, were women, she would have the same responsibilities to you?
Maybe not, for one important reason, and that is just let me tell you a little bit about why I think I know that answer. It's because I educated more than 1,500 top bosses of my nation with the world's best business schools in governance, leadership, innovation. So I have a quite broad impression of how the women lead. Second, because I've just interviewed more than 23 nations' top chairwoman on behalf of the nations. So I have some present knowledge and I have a lifelong experience, but I don't have an experience in life with having a boss lady to refer to, because I have not had that, because they were all men. So so the answer is, I see that the women are more analytical, they take a long-term view, they may be more risk averse and less pioneering. Therefore, they would not have let me drown out there or fly out there. They would have limited the space a bit. I think so.
So let's call it a more aggressive, more courageous, entrepreneurial, even in diplomacy, positioning, as we just heard about, is not something we combine with women most often. Or Marilena that says, okay, 3 years ago, yeah, I'll build the WEF in Italia, why not? It is not ordinarily connected to women. But I do see, for example, that women in entrepreneurship and innovation power is coming forward as we are culturally allowed to be those people. Mm-hmm. If that answers.
Very, very interesting. Okay, because I want to do a second turn of questions, let me go to Dulcis in Fundo, to Anne-Claire Lidekerke. She's the president of Make Mothers Matter, MMM, Make Mothers Matter. It's very nice, and I'm very grateful, Marilena, that you introduced me to her, because I didn't know her, and I'm really impressed of the work that is done and what you personally are doing since all this time. And maybe you can explain what is your organization better than me, because I had prepared everything, but like that I talk less, and then I would put you my question.
Thank you very much, Chiara, and thank you, Marilena, for inviting me and, in fact, Make Mothers Matter. I had prepared a whole thing, but so many interesting things have been said that I would like to explain why Make Mothers Matter exists.
And then I have my question.
It's really to address a global failure that in all these talks about women, business, leadership, the word motherhood is never pronounced. And we are saying, and we are convinced, we are all convinced here that women are drivers for change, are too often untapped resources. But we don't mention the specificity of maternity. And we always say that we owe a lot, us women, to the early feminists who opened the ways to so many things. But we think that motherhood is really the unfinished business of feminism, because we can be like men in many respects, we can do what men can do in many respects, but we are mothers, and that makes us specifically, we are different. We are different because we can bear life, and I don't want you to think that we think about motherhood as motherhood and apple pie or diapers and kitchen. No, we think about motherhood as risk-taking, responsibility, unknown territories, leadership. It's something huge, and it's a life-changing experience, as we talked about with Loredana, who just became a mother. So it's really something that we want to enter into the discourse about women, because the thing is that as amazing and wonderful experience it is, it could be very hard. And motherhood is one of the main reasons why women are not there in leadership positions. And I would like to give you one example that struck me when I started working with Make Mothers Matter, is the example of Anne-Marie Slaughter. I don't know if you heard of her. She's a very prominent American woman. She used to be professor at Princeton. And then she was asked to participate in the cabinet of Hillary Clinton in Washington. She was the mother of two teenage boys, and so she had to move from Princeton, from Philadelphia, where she used to live, to Washington. She was a role model. She still is a role model, very prominent leader, and her position in Princeton would be kept for 2 years, while she was in Washington, and then she had to make a choice because they wouldn't keep the position for her. And she wrote an article in The Atlantic, and what she said was very revealing on why women are not in the leadership. One of the reasons why they are not there in the leadership place, she renounced being in Washington, and she wrote in The Atlantic, I never thought I would write that because I wanted to be with my family. She writes here, I wanted to be able to spend time with my children in the last few years that they are likely to live at home, crucial years for their development into responsible, productive, happy and caring adults, but also irreplaceable years for me to enjoy the simple pleasure of parenting. So I think that we have to keep in mind that this is a case that should be taken into account when we talk about women leadership, about women in governance. And the problem is care. Is because care is and has been for centuries something that women do. And I'm not discussing whether they want to do it or not. It's the reality. That's why they do it. And that's why we exist as Make Mothers Matter, because fathers are just important as mothers, and women who are not mothers are just important as but we are talking about the failure of addressing the care issue. We all need care, and care is at the base of everything. It's a work, and it's a work that makes all other works possible. So we have to address care, and we have to share the care, but we have to recognize that it's a work that deserves recognition, that has a value. It has I won't give you here the numbers, I have them there, but it's a huge contribution to the economy. But because within the family...
Give us the number.
I will give you the number right there. It's 16 billion hours of unpaid family care work. That's how I call the work done within the family. That's how we call it. So 16 billion hours per day are done on unpaid care work. So that's a huge contribution to the economy. But because of GDP, and GDP only concerns only the exchange, the monetary exchange, it is invisible. And because it is invisible, it is not priced. The danger that when something doesn't have a value, then automatically in our minds, it's zero. But when things have no price, then they are not prioritized in political issues, and that's the danger. That's why we forget that society needs care. Children need care, family, we all need care. That's what makes us happy.
There's something that's very positive, that we have very nice statistic, I don't have the numbers here, from the European Union, who says in each country how many extra hours women work compared to men. And this is very important because you use it. When you have these statistics, you can use it. You say, you know that you are working 2 hours a day and a woman for unpaid care. And this, it's very useful for the stereotypes. So people say, okay, they work, but they don't know how much. They don't know what's the difference.
It's very important.
And I would like to interrupt you because I would like to ask you something very precise. I did a poll with Ipsos 2 years ago in the G7 countries, and there was the answer to the interview was absolutely impressive. 53% of women and men from 18 years old until 17 years old say that's impossible to be a good mother and to work. Impossible to be a good mother and work. That was the answer. And we're talking about the G7 countries, the richest countries of the world. And how it's possible? And then you see that even in countries, it's a double question. Why we stand there? I mean, second question, France. When I came in France, 41 years ago, I have 2 children. I could never have worked if it was not in France, because in Italy I would not have the same facility. I have to be frank, including fiscal incentives. I mean, we were helped. Then how comes that even in France now, the natality, it's the last figures, 1.6 children for women, and we were the country with the highest natality in Europe. Why we stand up? Can you make us a picture how we arrive in this situation where things are going worse? In Germany, women, when they have 70% of women who have a child under 18 don't work.
Quit. Right.
And we are in the 20th.
But it's very
why we stand there? Can you tell us with your experience why we arrive at this situation?
And in a general picture, what's the general unconscious notion is that what happens in the home, it's valueless, it's emotional, it's private, And what's public has value, creates value, and is interesting. So mothers, women mothers, are responsible for what's happening in the home that is valueless. So that has been the story, and that's why changing the narratives is so important. That's what has been the story. And we were talking about Adam Smith. Adam Smith, with Homo economicus, is understood. It's not exactly what he said, but that's exactly what he says. We have to deal with the public, with systemic, and with something that has commonalities. But what's happening in the home is emotional, and it's not what we're dealing with. But some feminist economists wrote a book that I love the title, but who cooked Adam Smith's dinner? And who cooked Adam Smith's dinner? It was his mother.
He was
his
married.
mother
Yes.
lived his whole life with him. And when she died, he survived 2 years. And during these 2 years, his sister took care of him. So there is something to be said about the notion that we have in our minds. And what you said is really interesting about France and Germany, for instance. It's that everybody has an idea about what women who are mothers should do and not do. In Germany, if you work, you're not a good mother, you should be at home. In France, if you don't work, you don't contribute to society, and that's not because you have children that you shouldn't work. Leave them alone. It's a choice. It's a personal choice. And really, we should be able to make our own choice and to realize that if for some years we want to take care of our children and give a priority to our family, we will be able, because the society doesn't see us as lazy, valueless. In French, the maternity leave is congé de maternité, which means vacation. So you know that when you have a baby, it's not the right word to use. But anyway, I think that...
but they use the same for men.
They use the same for men.
Congé paternité.
Yeah, but they don't wait. But I think that if we value care more, if we know its value, economic, human, cultural value, maybe men would come. And that's the good part of this, is we should be positive and show how important it is, how interesting it is, how important for society it is, and so that men would share the care. Because when I say that the care of a motherhood is the unfinished business of feminism, I think that we have shown, we women, that we can be in men's territory. But we should open women's traditional territory to men, because it is wonderful, it is very rewarding. And if you don't have all those penalties attached to it, because you as a mother, you do it alone, but if you can share it, then it will change the game completely on the work, in the workplace, in the family. And the OECD in 2014 had a report doing better for families. And their conclusion was that since the beginning of industrialization, families haven't stopped adapting their way of life to businesses, to the work. And they said that if OECD countries businesses don't try to adapt to the life of families, they will pay a high price. And that's what we are paying now. We are paying very low natality. We are paying mental health problem. We at MMM conducted a survey with mothers in 2024, and there is a real mental health alert. Mothers have a lot on their plate. They are not recognized, and it's not shared as it should be. And that's why I'm happy to be invited here to be able to voice the mother.
And you're society in the debate, because Catherine and Mette have something to say, and me too.
Yeah, so I just wanted to add, I found this a very important remark when Anne-Claire said GDP doesn't pick up the unpaid work and labor, okay? So because the statistics offices in all the countries that we know, or at least that I work in, they only get updated every 5 to 10 years. So even in the knowledge economy, that's very important, okay? A lot of social and intellectual capital isn't in those numbers. But on the other hand, we're all so obsessed with numbers. Why don't everybody of us who is in a leadership position says, I've brought you two numbers, the GDP, and we do a GDP plus for those numbers that are not included, and that we have scientific results for, and that we can add, even though at the moment, officially, statistically, they're not captured. So this, we have the numbers, so let's call them out, let's name them, let's say whatever, GDP plus, or
absolutely, that's a
GDP,
great idea.
GDP invisible, plus invisible and things. So I think this is one way to frame and enlarge these reduced perspectives, and then to change paradigms slowly. We have to repeat it over and over again, and we have to give language to things that are not put into language right now. Okay, in this way we effectuate change. So
But I totally agree with you, but there is one thing that's very difficult to measure, is of course you can have a replacement cost for most of what care workers at home, unpaid care work is doing. But there are some human relationships. Love, how can you measure love? There are things that are very important and that are building blocks of who we are and who we can be, and if we could lead in life, that are not measurable, and there is no prize behind that. And so I think that's very important to be able to also measure things without numbers and quantity. Numbers are very necessary, but they are not the only way of measuring the importance of things.
Well, I am actually going to answer your question with something that's very personal. So how did you make it, let's say, through this situation where I completely respect any choice you would have made. So let's just state some facts. I have 5 children. I gave birth to 3 of them. I'm married to a husband. He's 15 years younger than I, so the little one is 7. That's a structure. They come from all over the planet, these kids. Some are, one is Brazilian, European, another one is Lebanese, Chinese, another some Danish, what have you. That's the bouquet of the children, and that's the structure they live in. I never had maternity leave. I am actually, that's really, really provocative in my country. And I was also a bit targeted with that. So I gave birth to 3 biological children, no maternity leave. So if you ask any of my children, if you think I don't love them, I am sure they're going to tell you I love them too much.
I can experience the complicity that you have with your daughter. It's incredible. It's more than it's more than a mother and a daughter. It's wonderful.
It is. So it is not about there is not love in structures where you lay out different patterns. My husband is Latin brought up, so we can do it. It's not about classical patriarchal family patterns. It is more about that there are different structures that help or does not help. Not so much help in different parts of the world as I have. In Scandinavia, we have 100% institutional structures. But it is the culture that decides who walks through that door and become a top boss.
I would like to turn to Loredana, because she is in Italy, where things are not easy at all. And I just imagining, because there's a lot of progress coming back to my time, when we get married, we were suspected to have children, and we could not work. I mean, you didn't hire people because they were married. Now we progress because the risk is when we have children, but until we have children, we can work. Then we have the progress, and it's not a joke what I'm saying. I mean, the mentality changed a lot, and in fact, the ceiling comes when you have children, because coming back then it's difficult. But until there, you can work and you can make your career as man, etc. I would like to ask, because your daughter is young, but can you imagine, Loredana, and the other thing, positive things, is that our generation of children, I hope your husband too, that my children are your age, now they have husbands that help a lot. My son does much more than a wife, taking care of my 2 little children, much more. I mean, it's a father full-time, he adores it. And my question to Loredana, do you imagine yourself with a passion in life where you work for purpose, where you feel useful, where you do things that you believe in, staying home, just taking care of your wonderful child. You would not be frustrated? Would you be a happy mother and capable to share something positive with your child? Because I would not have to. I didn't have any maternity leave. I didn't even say that I was pregnant. It was a shame to say I was pregnant. I worked all my life, but my children were very proud to have a mother who was happy what she was doing. That was my question.
I think that's really important, but it really depends on who you are. So, for instance, for me, it would have been impossible to just, leave the work aside and stay at home, because this is what I am. So I'm very passionate, I'm very committed to my work, I wear different hats, I'm working with women mediators, so I feel a sense of responsibility. But for me, what I'm doing is, and I hope it will inspire my daughter too, and I always believe, whenever I need also to make some kind of compromises, I always believe that I'm doing this also for my little kid, because I'm trying somehow to bring a change, and I hope that she will live in a better world. So I'm doing this also for her. But as you were saying, this should be a choice. So it really depends on who you are. So if you prefer to stay home and enjoy what is really a life-changing experience, you should be able to do that. So you should not be forced to do that. And if I look at the Italian context, for instance, unfortunately, I need to remind also here that within the European Union, we have the lowest percentage of women in the labor force, and the highest percentage of women
I thought it was Germany.
No, it's Italy. It's always.
I thought it was Germany.
It's Italy competing with Greece, so we are always there. And then there's another unfortunate record. We have the highest rate of women leaving their job after the first child. Which means that at some point it becomes very difficult to balance working life with personal life. But it means also that there is still a sort of mindset that this is just, women's responsibility or mother's responsibility, while for me this was possible also because we are really sharing responsibility within our family. So what I always say is that my husband is not helping, he's just doing his part as a father. So that's it. So that's really important. And then maybe
Anna could say something because
I'm learning a lot. I'm learning a lot.
Please, Anna.
No, I wanted to react to some of the things that you were mentioning. First of all, to Loredana, I think what you mentioned at the beginning is the concept of intergenerational dialogue. We need to work with the different generations because being an old woman, to share experience, but to learn a lot. We are working with a network of young women, activists on peace, on climate risk, and you cannot even imagine that not the knowledge only, but the commitment they are bringing and the innovation, because we were talking about a new era, and they are bringing innovation, and we should learn from that. Alliances. I think you all mentioned this, between women and men, but also between women themselves. If you don't build alliance, you are lost. Because, as you say, being a pioneer, meaning going where nobody was going before. But if you do alone, you will remain isolated. Your impact will be limited.
And Anna, one of the good examples of what you're doing with women in climate, because you gather them and you make. Can you tell us?
We are working on two different angles when we're talking about climate, because climate is not gender neutral at all. But this is a recurrent question that I receive. Why you are working on climate and gender? Because climate, when there is a disaster, all men and women will die. And I always trying to explain that when there is a disaster, first of all, women are more likely to be among the dead people. Women are the ones suffering the burden of rebuilding, are the ones who are left alone with the burden of the care of the family when men are obliged to migrate because of climate disaster. So there is a lot of impact.
According to OECD, Anna, according to OECD, women are likely to die 14 times more than men. and women are 80% of climate refugees.
Exactly. So
it's
exactly. But from one side, we don't want to use this feminization of vulnerability, because when you talk about women, they are always put in the vulnerable groups category about the politics. So they are only the last, beneficiary of whatever policy. So the idea is to shift the narration from victims to agents of change. What does it mean? That if you are talking about climate policies, when you have this national determined contribution, women should be there to define indicators, activity, accountability, gender budgeting. Because if you don't put money, you can be the best leader in the world, but you cannot implement activities. Second, we are talking about climate finance, so meaning talking with those investors who want to invest in the region. And I'm talking specifically on MENA region, which is one of the most impacted by climate crisis. This means that you need to talk with impact investment, climate green finance, to see among all your millions, billions of euros invested in the region, which is the part who is destinated to women-led businesses, which is, I can tell you, 0, 0, 0, because in the region, only 1% of the investment funds go to women-led business, only 1. And when you talk about this part, which is the section of climate, is even less. So this is first thing. So what we are trying to do is to work with the Ministry of Environment and Climate to bring these gender lines in the policy, and with the investment funds to put money on women-led businesses. The second thing about climate is, I think, I'm very happy that we will look for synergy with the Loredana. We are launching a Climate Women Peace and Security Network. Why? Because if you talk about women, peace and security, in this region, in this specific region, you have to talk about climate crisis. Because what is happening now in the Middle East is not only about, of course, death and war and victims, but you are also talking about an environmental impact, which is enormous. If you look at the images in Gaza in this moment, it's not just about death, it's about how we are going to build again. The impact on agri-food, the impact on water, on waste management. So this means that if you want to work on peace and security, you have to work on climate. So the objective of this network that we will present in 3 weeks in Jordan is about how we can have in the National Action Plan of the Women, Peace and Security a climate perspective. And from the other side, how we can have in the National Determined Contribution, the National Climate Action Plan, a gender lens. So the idea is to create a nexus. We have already all the countries from the region on board. We have all the United Nations agency, and we hope to do more on this. The last point I wanted just to mention is something, just to quote the former Ministry of Spain, Irene Montero. I think you were talking about motherhood, and you were talking about what does it mean to go outside to lead innovation. We always speak about how to break the glass ceiling or the wall ceiling. And Irene Montero once said, it's good that the women will be able to break the glass ceiling, but the women who will be able to do that, they should not forget the women who are still cleaning the glasses, the broken glasses. Exactly. So this is the idea. When you become a leader, when you are a pioneer, and you go in a powerful position, and I agree this is gender neutral, you don't forget what does it mean supporting women, supporting gender equality. And you can do this only with alliance with men and women. And the speech of the let's say, bad masculinity should come on board, or the good one should come on board when we talk about how to improve politics on it.
I think these were wonderful words, but I'm so frustrated because we had prepared so many other questions. I have plenty of them, but we don't have time. But I would make a last round just with one word of each of you, We are there because we are convinced that women can be pioneers in changing the mentalities and changing the way of governance. We are there because we believe on leadership by women. What is your call to action? What is in each of your different fields? What do you say from tomorrow I will do this and this, and invite the other to do this and this? Starting by Anne-Claire.
I would like all of us to change our outlook as professionals, as families, as society as a whole, on work, mothers, care, and leadership. All this goes together. There isn't a choice to make. You can be a mother, and you are a leader in your family, that's something, and you can do anything you want, and the market should recognize that, because it's a question of life cycles also. You should be able to come and go to work part-time sometimes, and then have your value recognized in the workplace, really. And to recognize also that what we call the gender gap is actually not a gender gap. It's a motherhood penalty. It's mothers, for instance, not against, but with all the others, and it should be a care gap. It shouldn't be a gap, but if it's a gap, it should be a care gap that's shared by all of us who should care, fathers, mothers, everybody. So let's change our outlook on all these things and make them work together and stop thinking in silos. Homemaker, working mothers, it's a matter of personal choice, of capabilities, and of support. And that's what we should work on.
Mette.
Inspired by the generational talk and more than 20 chairwomen that I've spoken to during the last months. One thing that is of the utmost importance is the generational gift that they give on. All these extremely impressive women from the world's biggest companies chosen by their nation, their prime goal is to bring the world to a better place for the next generation. So all these business women are at it and on it. So keep that up is one thing. Then comes the nations. What would I like for the nations? For example, today, Stefania Rossini, the ambassador to Denmark from Italy, is at your government's offices in Rome, deciding which woman from Italy is going to join this group. That's important. Who comes first? India comes first. India said, we will host a global summit. Do you think that's good for India? Yes! They're taking the whole planet to India. And all the boss women. They have the highest rate of informal work, I think, in the world, actually, for women. Maybe you know better. But they are brave and courageous. So what I would like is for people to start considering the innovative pioneering role. Either you are an ambassador or a nation or a mother or whatever you are, where you can actually take a decision and not do as some nations did. I'm just saying it out loud, saying, no, I don't think I can bring a woman from my country because I don't know how to select her. I cannot in my mandate select her. Response from me would be, let's help you with your women's directors, organizations. If you don't want to do that, I completely respect. I think it's a good point. Would you like to involve them? Maybe. Or the third excuse, which is, it is actually going really well in my country, so I don't think I have to participate on a global level. How about that one? And I just want to say, no is a decision. That's what I want everyone to remember. No is a decision. And you stand up for it for the next generation. You don't have to do everything, but you have to say yes sometimes.
Yes. Katrin, do you say yes?
Yes, I switch it on. Yes, I would like to encourage us for greater cohesion. And I would like to give you one final example. I think we all know Iceland in 1975. About almost all women decided to strike during that day to actually bring about equality. Now here was the issue. Liberal women went on strike. The conservative women said they cannot follow, they don't want to go on strike. So they decided, we do want to participate in this superordinate, apolitical, a-religious aim. So they took a day off. And I want to encourage us all, whether we are on the left or on the right, whatever religion we have, that to seek a sort of lowest common denominator, that we are women, for these really high superordinate claims, because otherwise we won't reach them. We can only reach them together.
Great. Loredana?
So for me, it's really a call for more collaborative work. I think that we cannot afford anymore to be so fragmented and work in silos. So for many years, for instance, the women, peace and security has been perceived as a, as a sideline issue, but it's very central to what is happening in the world now. What I'm trying to do within my work is always to promote networks of women supporting each other in their daily work, and alliances across generations, between men and women, across policies. So I think that this is very important now if we want to recreate a new and different paradigm to answer to all challenges. And since we are all here working for the same objective, I think it would be great to foster new partnerships also starting from here.
Anna.
Partnership is the, let's say, lemma of the UFM, so I'm happy really to collaborate further with you. In terms of call, I would address maybe the First Lady, Mattarella, and Elena, because she worked for the government. This is a call for you from the Italian perspective, but to bring it to the European level. As Ms. Mattarella was saying this morning, there is a new pact for Mediterranean adopted by the European Commission. But there is another important document, and it was not, let's say, a case that they were presented exactly the same day, which is the new roadmap for women's rights of the European Union, which is a document which has been endorsed by everybody. Commission, Parliament, government, civil society, private sector, everybody. In this new roadmap for women's rights, there are 7 pillars. There is a joint declaration where all the things that we have discussed today are included. Now, what I didn't see, and I would really call you to, let's say, raise the voice whenever it's possible, to say, if you look at the new Pact for Mediterranean, which is the main instrument of collaboration with others, the part on gender and on women's rights is very limited. There is only one reference saying women-led organizations should have a more active role in the civil society dialogue. This is the only thing. And then there is a cross-cutting general reference about gender equality. The 2 documents came out from the same institutions. So let's work together to be sure that what is in the in the roadmap for women's rights will be also translated in concrete activities on the pact. It doesn't mean that we need a specific project on women, but across all the topic in the new pact, starting from the Mediterranean Alliance of University, on skill tracks, on clean tech, on energy, on water, on security, on everything, there will be a gender-line support. Thank you very much.
Thank you all. I just would like to finish to thank this incredible woman. You see, we had so much things to say. And I will also invite you all, because we are a team, is it, Marilena? We are a team. And what we will do here, we continue with other alliances in Marseille on the 27th of November. It's not a Mediterranean summit. It's a summit on leadership, on global leadership by women that I'm organizing, and you're all invited to come to participate, to take the floor and to say how it's important. And from the Mediterranean, from Europe, we have shared values, we launched this global movement worldwide on take the power, not against men, but in a balanced way, men and women together, because only with a balanced leadership in each sectors, we will prepare the world that our children need. Then we are all invited, and Thank you, Marilena. You will be there. Many of you will be there because, again, I think it's not one organizer. I mean, I'm organizing that, but I'm not organizing myself. It's all together in each continent. We have to appropriate us from this call that we are launching all together, that we have to redefine the contemporary leadership. And again, a big applause to this wonderful panel. Maybe you have the time of a picture? Can we have a time of a picture with Marilena and Laura? Maybe we.
Yes, maybe yes.
We are all in red. You come from the side, so we balance the color, Catherine?
Thank you all for this amazing morning, and I really want to share my best wishes for a wonderful break together. Please come back at 2:30 p.m. Thank you so much. I know we have some delay, but I sincerely hope that this time has been well invested in creating good connection, heart to heart. We are also here to network, and networking is part of our soul. So anyway, just waiting 1 minute more and then I start, Sharon. So please, thank you in advance for understanding that, of course, we need some more time. So we want to close on time, but it could be possible some delay. So thank you in advance for your understanding. Okay. Thank you. So, because many of the challenges we are discussing today, I have their experience right here, and you know very well. In the heart of a global transformation we are living through. And in this context, women stand at the center of the conversation as bearers of vision, solution, and meaningful connection. And today we have a special person really connected with the planet and with life. For years, Sharon Cittone has been committed to reshaping the future of food and agri-food systems, promoting innovation, sustainability, and inclusion as the key drivers for a better planet. Please join me in a welcoming on the stage Sharon Cittone and her panel. Enjoy this time, Sharon. Please, thank you, and apologize for the delay.
I'm going to get set up with my notes. Good afternoon, everyone, and welcome. I'm shorter. It's a real pleasure to have you here and welcome you here in Palermo, a city that captures the very essence of the Mediterranean. Layered, vibrant, complex, and always in motion. This sea has been a crossroad of cultures, ideas, and trade since the dawn of civilization. It has nourished humanity, not only with its food, but with its philosophy of life, connection, coexistence, and care. Yet today, the Mediterranean also mirrors our global challenges. It's a region where climate change, migration, water scarcity, and economic inequalities converge, where questions of food, water, energy security are no longer a distant policy debate, but daily realities, and recognize that every one of these pressures flows through our food systems. At the same time, this region holds extraordinary potential, a living laboratory for rethinking how we feed people sustainably, drawing from centuries of agricultural wisdom, biodiversity, and cultural exchange. And across this transformation, one truth is constant. Women, and especially young women, are at the center of it. Around the world, women produce more than half of our food, and yet they face the greatest barriers: limited access to land, finance, and decision-making power. And still, they lead, they innovate, they hold communities together in times of crises. They turn scarcity into creativity and local challenges into global solutions. Progress depends on connecting at every level of the system. Policies that enable inclusion, financing that reaches every corner of our planet, innovation that serves the people rather than replacing them, and ethics that remind us why we grow food in the first place, and it's to sustain life in all its forms. Transformation occurs when all of these layers align, when good governance meets good innovative ideas, and when resources meet the people capable of utilizing them to create a lasting change. And because progress isn't only measured in international targets, it's measured in the young woman who starts her first cooperative, in the policymaker who puts gender at the center of climate adaptation, in communities that rebuilds its local food economy from the ground up. And that's what today's discussion is about, the how of transformation, how women are reshaping policy and innovation, how values like health and compassion redefine sustainability, and how daily choices in fields like cities and alike can add up to systemic change. We're joined by 4 exceptional voices who I represent a piece of this living system. So I welcome to the stage Gladys Morales, Global Innovation Director at IFAD, that's bringing the lens of innovation and inclusive finance. I bring to the floor Elena Kudratseva, Senior Officer for Youth and Women at FAO, working to empower young women and strengthen leadership across agri-food governance. Francesca Galelli, policy offers for WFA, or for those who don't know, World Federation for Animals, reminding us that sustainability must include compassion, that the health of people, animals, and the planet are indeed inseparable. Giulia Lanza di Scalea is a wonderful entrepreneur right here from Sicily, showing us what transformation looks like when it takes root in the soil. Together, they reflect a full ecosystem from policy and investment to values and action to the ground. As we begin, I invite you not just to listen for the challenges, but also for the connections and a shared vision that women's leadership isn't an add-on, but it's the foundation of what we're building. Because to nourish the future, we need to rethink not just how we grow our food, but how to grow opportunity, equality, resilience, and trust. Let's begin. Elena, now I have to take notes. I'd like to start with you. How does just an inclusive food system, now I can see you, look like today, and how are young women driving that change?
Thank you, Sharon. Am I audible? Thank you so much, and I'm really happy to be here representing the Youth and Women Office at FAO. Closer? Okay. This is a newly created office, and I don't know how familiar you are with FAO. It's a very old organization. We just celebrated our 80th birthday, so you could see how old it is, and sort of, in a sense, its reach in terms of normative frameworks, intergovernmental decisions that it made, a lot of research that has been put in place in the field of agri-food systems. But when it comes to youth, we're not as knowledgeable, we're not as progressive, we're not as we're always reacting rather than being in the forward of what should be in terms of youth engagement. Just wanted to give here two main data points. Nearly half of all working youth, it's 44% globally, are employed in agri-food systems. That's a lot. Considering the youth bulge that the global responses now have to grapple with. And yet, majority of this population, or 91% of young women, are working in a vulnerable employment. And that means most of them are in the sectors that are lacking stable jobs, social protection, and have very poor working conditions. And we know these barriers persist. We know that for centuries. We know what is holding back. But this is not what I'm here to talk about. I also want to talk about the fact that even if we know the barriers, even if we know vulnerabilities, we always have to look at the young women in particular and youth in general, not as beneficiaries anymore. Like, we have to have this shift in our minds in terms of that they are already the architects of the change they want to see. We just need to elevate that effort and showcase that they know the solutions. And these solutions should be at the forefront of policy making, implementation, institution building, governance, etc. So I also want to talk about the tokenism, and this is, in a sense, what just and inclusive agri-food system means to us, is we have to stop being tokenistic. It's not enough anymore to have a young woman at the panel and that's it, we move on, we do the usual stuff, and we do continue with the same. We have to create spaces whereby they co-design the agenda, whereby they shape the agenda, whereby they provide the solutions that they know work, and whereby they access also funding, financial resources, all other tools and means and knowledge and science and innovation. So that way we can build a more inclusive and more just agri-food system. And how many of you have heard about World Food Forum before? Not many. So I encourage you to talk to myself and many other colleagues who you see raise their hands, and my colleague Martina as well, a very vibrant young advocate who is with us today, about this opportunity, which provides a great opportunity for young people to be at the fore of the key policy discussions with the governments, with the ministers, with the prime ministers, with the UN experts, with scientists and researchers. And I really call everyone to amplify this one of the spaces whereby we can build a really just and inclusive agri-food system. Thank you.
Thank you. So to Gladys, obviously Gladys has been, she has an incredible story, and she's leading, she's really at the front line of innovation and financing. And so my question is, how are the tools and platforms that you're designing and are being designed for and by women can co-create solutions just other than just to receive them?
Thank you, Sharon. Let me start by thanking you for the invitation.
Always.
This is our third collaboration for the Women Economic Forum. And I have to say that when I was preparing the speech for today and the contribution, I was thinking, what can we say that is going to be adding value? Because one of the things that the Women Economic Forum is doing is that the quality of the content that you're bringing to the conversation is really, really high quality content. So thank you so much. For me, it's a privilege to be among all these wonderful people. After 3 years, I feel like your family. So I'm not going to go into all the things about what IFAD is, because most of you know by now what IFAD is. But for those of you that are new and this is your first time at the Women Economic Forum, I just want to say that we have 3 agencies in Rome. Rome is the food and agriculture hub of the United Nations. The FAO is policy and the technical agency, is one of the well-established agencies of the UN. The World Food Programme is a humanitarian agency, and IFAD is the smallest and the youngest of the agencies of the sisters. So, and we like to think of them as sisters. IFAD is a she. So IFAD as a she is both a specialized agency of the United Nations. We laser focus on improving the lives of rural farmers, and we are also a financing institution. And as you know, we are, together with the World Bank, we are one of the 2 agencies that have access to capital markets. And that has, of course, an impact on how much funding we can attract. It has also an impact on how independent IFAD can remain, especially currently with the geopolitical climate that we have, and how the investments in science and the investments on evidence and data are shifting dramatically to exclude women from research efforts, from projects, from initiatives. So when, just to address very quickly your question, I don't want to broaden too much the issue. When it comes to initiatives, and there is a graphic that I hope that we get the chance to get to that.
It's not this graphic. I don't know.
No.
Yeah, no, they're showing this graphic now, but
Later. Hopefully we'll get to this later, after we talk about because
I will call the graphic.
Yeah, I was telling Sharon, let's talk about the great things, and then, but we also need to reflect on what is not working, and we also have to reflect on what this shift in geopolitics means for sustainable development. So we'll get to the graphic later, but right now I think that you mentioned in your speech. It's access to land, it's access to finance, but those 2, if we don't have the right data, they don't work. So one of the things that we are doing in our projects is that we're ensuring that not only we have access to data, and that is data that is addressing the needs and the challenges of women, it makes a difference when it's women collecting the data. And it makes a difference when the products are designed thinking of women. Whatever role they have in society, it does make a difference, and it makes the initiatives more durable. If that did. So that's the example. We started last year. You might recall that we were talking about Land Monitor and how Land Monitor, we started in the Philippines, now it's in Brazil, and we are replicating that innovation to other countries, because what we are discovering is that when women are collecting the data, they know the challenges, so they know what to look for. But the other thing that is interesting is that when they are part of the initiative, you need to train them. So they develop skills, and those skills stay, and they create more durable and sustainable development. So that's why it's important not only to say we're having this initiative for women, it has to be by women and with women.
Couldn't agree with you more. And I think nowadays, we should, data should be at the forefront of pretty much anything we do, right? Whether it's storytelling, whether it's developing solutions, whether it's designing frameworks. And we're definitely living at a time where it seems science, it's like just an afterthought. So we have to fight for that. And going to Francesca, which brings a different perspective, a data-driven one for sure. But obviously talking about animal welfare, it's a very important piece of the story when we talk about good food, but also when we talk about climate change. So how can embedding animal welfare within sort of a wider One Health framework make food systems more sustainable?
Thank you, Sharon, and thank you all for having invited me and WFA to be part of this important conversation, and therefore for having included the animal welfare perspective in this conversation. So our food system is facing a variety of challenges, from threats to biodiversity, to the threats to land use, to climate change. And animal welfare is really part of the solution, because animal welfare is connected, is embedded in so many options that we have as solutions to make our food system more sustainable and resilient. Last week there was the Committee on Food Security at the FAO. So many documents were discussed, resolutions were adopted, and agroecology and other forms of land and integrated livestock systems were discussed and pushed for. And these are all systems that benefit the animals. So what does it mean? That when we protect animal welfare, we are also strengthening our food system. We are protecting the right to food. We are ensuring that a better nutrition for future generations. It's really the same thing. But let me say another thing, is that animals, of course, should be protected because it is ethical to treat them well. Now, what does it mean? And thank you, Sharon, for having talked about animal welfare as part of One Health, because One Health already encompasses, recognizes the importance of treating well the animals, but from the perspective of health. Now, a healthy animal is not necessarily an animal that was welfare is protected. So animal health is a limited concept. Animal welfare is much broader. It means that the animal is able, the needs, the biological, behavioral, and emotional needs of the animal are being respected. So let's say, in industrial farming, animal health can be protected, although there is a higher risk of pandemics because of the proximity in which animals live. But animal health can be ensured, can be strengthened there. But in terms of animal welfare, there are livestock systems, like the industrial one, like the one where animals are really confined, where animal welfare cannot be respected. It's just impossible for the animal to be treated in harmony with its own nature. So there are other systems like these integrated forms of land and livestock where the animal is part of its natural environment, where his natural needs are respected. That are those systems that can also make our food systems more resilient. And I really appreciated one of the documents that were discussed last week and that will be at the basis for recommendations that will be adopted next year, which is a study from the high-level panel of experts of the CFS on building more resilient food systems. There was a strong call for agroecology, a strong call for these alternative forms of farming, not only livestock farming, but also crop farming, because they diversify, they empower small-scale and family farmers, which represent the 80% of our food producers worldwide. So for this first answer, I'd really like to leave this message that when we think about how we are making the future of food better, more resilient, it's essential that we encompass also the perspective of animal welfare. And once we do it, we really understand that we are doing, it's the same thing. Protecting animal welfare means building a better future for us and for consumers and for producers.
Thank you, Francesca. And for those, I always say sometimes you find people that say, oh, I don't really care about the animals, which, everybody has a right to their own opinions. But just Google what a chicken looked like 50 years ago and what a chicken looks like today, and then you'll change your mind. You'll never eat a chicken again. Julia, good to have you here. Obviously, you are the representation of a woman entrepreneur, a farmer, that lives this reality with her hands, sweat, and tears every day. And so you're living this transition directly. And your farm sits at the crossroad, right, of tradition and innovation. How has being a woman producer shaped your approach?
Hi, Sharon. Thank you so much. First of all, thank you so much for inviting me. I am honored to be here. I'm also a bit emotional to be sitting next to this amazing woman and also having heard the previous speeches. I'm really, really glad that I had this opportunity to be here with you and bring a representation of a less technical, more practical, probably, part of the speech. It's true. I have my farm as a 3-generational history. I have inherited it from my father, and it has been in my family for a very long time. So actually, your question is on point, because one of the hardest challenges have been to kind of find a good balance point between innovation and tradition. In one way, keeping some of the things as they were, because that is part of our history, part of my family and our history in Sicily, but at the same time, changing things that need to be changed. And the topic of sustainability, the topic of biodiversity, of finding new ways and more sustainable ways of building a farm, that is one of the things where I think we cannot compromise anymore. In Sicily, surely we are a bit behind on this. People are still very skeptical about organic farming. Often makes me smile, because many people ask me, is your farm really organic? Or is it like just organics on the sheets and then you do your things and you put pesticides or something? No, yes, of course it's really organic, but this shows you the skepticism of people. They do not believe that this is possible, and we will see with other questions later a bit of, I think, why and the ways we can promote the use of the transition towards more organic farms. But yeah, so in terms of tradition and innovation, probably I think that is where we have to prefer innovation in spite of tradition, definitely, while still keeping, you know, traditional crops that are part of our cultural heritage in Sicily. So kind of finding a balance between these two.
Thank you. So obviously this helped us set the scene, right? We heard a little bit of an intro from our wonderful panelists, and you know, they gave us a perspective of the now, right? So what does it mean in practice? How do we build resilience in practice? So obviously we are living in complex times, whether with climate, we've got wars every, 2.5 minutes, making everything harder. Elena, what are the mechanisms that FAO developed to support and value young women's role in resilience building?
Thank you, Sharon. And women are often the first ones to feel the impact, whether it's conflict, whether it's climate change, whether it's natural disaster emergency. And especially for young women, it means higher risk of displacement, oftentimes sexual and gender-based violence or fear of, disruption in access to education, and exploitation, disruption in access to essential services, particularly health services, loss of income, property, increase in unpaid care responsibilities. We talked about it in the first panel. And yet what we also see that the gender dimensions of the policy making or the responses, they are absolutely lacking these perspectives. Women are not, as with the Women, Peace and Security agenda, climate disaster, natural disaster, conflict agenda, they are not there at the decision-making tables. Yet, I think, in my opinion, resilience starts with recognizing, first of all, recognizing that there is a role that they play, there is an impact that women have, and invest. Invest in women's leadership wherever, at all levels, wherever they are. Communities, home, institutions, political fora at different levels, be it subnational, national, global, regional. I want to talk a little bit maybe about the youth innovation incubators and their role that FAO tries to amplify, and the role of educational institutions and research institutions there, and also the role of national chapters we're trying to create in the context that are often affected by climate change and disaster. Because the spaces like this, they recognize that there are pockets of success, how the resilience can look like, and how it can look like in actually action, and then amplifying it and sharing sort of with across the boards, and sharing this as a good example of how things can be done using the innovative tools, using the activism of different groups and different stakeholders, and moving the agenda forward. But these examples are, unfortunately, they're very rare, and they're not a norm. And we really need different stakeholders to come together and see how these examples can become a bit of a more norm rather than a rare example. Thank you.
Thanks. So always speaking sort of about resilience, from projects to financing, it's, Gladys, you worked with communities, obviously, that have fragilities. what approaches, advancing access to finance for women farmers and entrepreneurs are you advancing beyond those that go from pilot to scale?
Thank you, Sharon. When you sent me this question, I was thinking, what example can I bring to make it real for you? And I was thinking of a particular project that we are running in Somalia. And it's a pity that Oksana is not here, because we're also running some projects with the government of Ukraine, and that would have been useful. But how many of you don't have an ID, a national ID? Everybody has a national ID. Okay. That's not the reality that we face at IFAD, because IFAD works with the most vulnerable and the people that live in the most remote areas of the world. The reality that we face is that women in our projects don't have a national ID many times. And many times they don't have a phone. So you have all this wonderful technology and people, and you're talking about adoption and use and making it user-centric. But if they don't have a national ID, if they don't have a phone, how are they going to access these projects? So one of the things that we do is we work with governments and with their databases to try to make sure that, that we are actually mapping these people and mapping where they are. And it cannot go, the farm level is already small, but we have to go smaller than that. We have to go to the household level, and we have to go to the communities. So because we know that they don't have a phone and many times they don't have an ID, then we have to work with the communities to ensure that in the community they can do sharing, because that's the reality of things. They can access a common phone where they will be doing operations, and they can access to finance. Very, very important is regulation. I don't think that we can emphasize that enough. How many of you have come across a social media post where you could see pictures of Iran 25, 30 years ago, or Afghanistan? And we see these women that looked, empowered and somehow westernized. And look how much that has changed. Look how much regulation has changed the US in only 12, 18 months.
Oh yeah,
so
soon you'll see them wearing like freaking burqas.
So regulation is key. Is key, so that it starts before technology. At IFAD everybody calls me the technology person more than the innovation person, but we are facing realities that start before we even talk about user centricity and developing technology and again, adoption and use. It has to start with regulation. It has to start with having the data of these people. Many times we don't know what to do because we don't have the data to understand what the problem really is. So data is key. I think it's interesting also, and thank you, Sharon, for creating a panel where we have so much diversity. But it's also interesting to use behavioral insights so that we also understand what is that is changing the scenario for women. And one thing that we have discovered is that, and it's a pity that Chiara is not here, Chiara Corazza, because last year we did a food talent camp. And one of the things is for women to have access to certain things. It's not only regulation, it's not only information, but breaking the prejudice. So even when we are offering some of the projects, and we not only IFAD, but when we partner with the private sector and with civil society, giving this access to women who are pregnant. Can you believe that still that's a stigma? And it was interesting last year when we were running the food talent camp with Chiara, that it was after the people had reached the program in Italy that we found out that one of them was pregnant, 7 months pregnant, and she was doing everything to cover her pregnancy. So it was only at night at a gala dinner when we were closing the program that someone said, she's pregnant, she's pregnant, and not only she was pregnant, first woman in her village to complete higher education, first woman in her village to ever leave her village, ever leave Nigeria, ever visit Europe, of course. And then after the food talent program, she went back to Nigeria, and now she's working as Director of Innovation at the Ministry of Agriculture. So that's one of the success stories. Also last year, through this program, this innovation challenge that we ran last year, you cannot say what is more important, regulation, data, financing, access to land. We need to come together, you know, FAO, WFP, private sector, civil society. We need to all come together so that the approach is a parallel approach where we are dealing with changing policy based on evidence and data. We need to offer financing. Anna this morning was saying we need to offer coaching, and I fully agree with that. One thing that we're learning from our innovation challenges is that those two things have to go hand by hand. We need to offer both financing and skills development so that because they need to know also how to run a business, and how to run a business, it takes time, right? And effort, and and you need to have advisors that help you, but they don't have access to this. So putting that together is quite important. One of the companies, we take affirmative action. So all of our projects in innovation, they need to have at least 44% of project participants, and note that I'm not using the word beneficiaries. 44% of them need to be women-led businesses. So it's affirmative action towards women, and at least 50% of them need to be youth-driven. So we need to be conscious of achieving those targets. And more than anything, Sharon, again, partnerships, working together to make sure that we're tackling each of those challenges together and not leaving anyone behind.
Yeah, definitely. And I think, I mean, you spoke about the US, right? And when policies fail, if you have women that know their stuff, right? That are mentored, that know what they deserve and should have, right? You can bring them together and sort of fight for change. If you don't have that to begin with, it becomes very, very difficult. Because now in the US, unfortunately, we have people saying that women should speak too much. They're too loud because they have an opinion. And that's not good. So, Francesca, building on what Gladys just said, why is then critical to transition towards a more nature-positive, regenerative farming models overall?
So, as I was anticipating before, there are indeed, well, I had prepared in a different way, but let me go to one of the reading that is really shaping, it's become a pillar of my vision of the food system. Mm-hmm. So it's a report released last July by the Special Rapporteur on the Right to Food, Michael Fakhri. He wrote a report dedicated to corporations and the threat that they represent for access to food. Because of the power that they have, because of the oligopoly that they represent, because of the power that they have on small scale and family farmers, because they not only they buy the products to then transform them and actually sell the final products, but because also they sell the inputs to them, if we think about crop farming more than anything. But they also are shaping there's also a certain shaping of our vision of food, of so marketing policies are very strong, can also be fairly aggressive or unfair, especially when they address children. So the amount and categories of unhealthy food that are advertised to children is really worrying. So it's like there are different layers, different instances in which they represent a problem. And livestock farming, like intensive livestock farming, is something that sort of like belongs to that sphere. Now, because of also the marketing policies that we are being fed, we eat too much. And we are not talking about everywhere in the world. We are talking about high-income countries and upper medium-income countries. In the global south, the consumption of animal products is below what is recommended as a healthy diet, so it stays as a problem. But so we are talking about our context right now. So the consumption is 3 times higher the recommended level, but the waste, for instance, of dairy products in North America is even above the consumption. So we are treating animals poorly. We are endangering our food system, the environment, the resilience of the food system, sometimes just to waste it, sometimes just to do harm to our own health. And this has to stop. So reducing, and the reduction of the consumption of animal products can have as a consequence also the fact that we support more small-scale and family farmers. So this is pivotal to strengthen the food system. This is pivotal, and then we will say something more about healthy diets. But this is pivotal also for us to live better and actually have a better connection to our communities, to the people who produce around us, and probably also to our roots, to our cuisine. But I know that there will be another question about healthy diets later. So yeah, I had prepared a different answer, but really I wanted to share. Maybe I will go back to this reading again, and I really encourage you all to have a look at this report. It's absolutely interesting, and really thanks to the UN for bringing also this sort of content.
And by the way, you should also Google cows, not just chicken.
They're also different.
No, in the sense, in the past 50 years. Have you seen what a cow looked like 50 years ago? Now it's like... So.
Sharon, do you remember how you started your panel last year? I remember how you started the panel last year. You started talking about how, the explosion of all these medicines to help people controlling weight.
Oh, yeah.
Remember that?
Yeah, the Ozempic.
And the Ozempic example. And I had never heard of Ozempic until you brought that to the panel. So I then went and I did some research, and that started all this collaboration around nutrition and gender. For sustainable food, because, well, that's another story. But this is what makes the Women Economic Forum so interesting. This exchange of knowledge and the learning that we have, and the experiences, and how they spark then collaborations that we bring the following year, and we learn more from each other. So.
Oh yeah, I'm a big believer. Ozempic will solve the climate crisis. While destroying everyone's health. So, Julia, going back to serious things. So, I guess, what are the greatest opportunities and barriers of building resiliency, since we're talking still about resiliency and sustainable food production here in Sicily, in your opinion?
Hello. Yes, so I believe that in one way Sicily has a great opportunity right now, because many young women and many young men are coming back to the land. There has been a negative trend in these terms for decades of emigration towards in the northern part of Italy or towards other countries. This is still happening, of course, but we are starting to see a little bit of a more positive trend of young people coming back to the land. People that come back with new knowledge, after having explored new ways of doing things. And this is powerful because this allows us to create network. This is what I did also. I've been living abroad for 8 years, and then I came back, and it's nice to see people coming back, young women and young men coming back. So this is surely a good potential for the future, and I see this happening. For women, surely this is not as much powerful as it is for men. In Sicily in particular, I'm sure, surely it's like this in many other parts of the world, but in Sicily, agriculture is still an extremely male-dominated world. I was thinking of the fact that I was coming here today. Yesterday I was at the oil mill. We were producing our oil. And I looked around, and it was me, my mom, and 40, 50 other men. We were the only women there. So I looked at this picture in front of me, and I was like, tomorrow I'm going to the Women Economic Forum, and we are still the only women here. And of course, there are a lot of farms in Sicily that are owned by women, but just on the sheets, because they give you more funds. So of course, when you go to the oil mill, you will see a lot of women names, but then there's only gonna be us in person. So there are a lot of problems still in this world. The reassuring part is the wine production that is becoming a little bit more dominated by women. And there are also great associations in Sicily like Donne del Vino that work really well for actually promoting the work of women in the work of farms. So hopefully even in more primary sectors, I produce wheat, almonds, pomegranates, so more like rural kind of things. Hopefully we can build something like this in the future that can help us create network. So yeah, good opportunities for young people coming back, but at the same time, probably this is a systemic challenge, and it needs, the woman challenge is a systemic challenge, a cultural challenge that in Sicily we feel more. My farm is in the inland, so it's in the middle of Sicily. That is even harder, and I see every day farms that instead, if a farmer has only daughters, it is more likely that he will pass it on the husbands of the daughters than on the daughters themselves. They will remain in subordinate positions. I've seen them do the secretary works in the farm while the husbands lead the farms. So I don't want to be too negative, but obviously we are in a place where the women the women issues are extremely serious. I never negotiate with women in my work, ever. It's only men. So hopefully we can follow the path of the women of wine and do something great also like them. But yeah.
It's very needed. All right, you live in Italy, you don't think about it. You're like, oh, you know, those are things that happen someplace else. No, they're happening here, right? We in Italy still have a lot of challenges, not just for women. I don't want to go into a whole different tangent of inequalities, but let's just say we have a lot in food. That's my topic. So obviously, finance, resilience, we explored those, but transformation is something that it's, you know, inclusive of those things. You need policies, you need finance, but you also need, obviously, to build on values, right? And so values, what is women's leadership, sort of the direction I want to take this next group of questions. Elena, maybe you can tell us how the FAO is thinking about young women's leadership across food systems. And while you do, I'm just going to grab my water.
Thank you. Thank you so much, Sharon. I love how we come back to the leadership issue in the first panel in the morning, but also throughout the different interventions. And I want to come back to something Gladys was saying about data and the importance of data. And actually I want to raise importance of disaggregated data, at least by sex. In this century, the fact that lots of reports, statements, interventions, projects that come along without any disaggregation, age or sex, is just, and forget about other, stratifiers, is just unacceptable. And why I'm coming back to the data question is I want to bring the accountability. There should be accountability related to young women leadership. We have some metrics, yes, I agree. When we advanced a lot, we know how many women hold seats in the parliaments, 27% in the world. We know recently there was a really interesting analysis of how many women take managerial roles, 28%. I know the numbers are sobering. We have just introduced new data on women in the local governments, and that's relatively new. You will be surprised that it's there. Which is also kind of shame in my mind, because this is something we should have known for a long period of time. But there is almost nothing in terms of young women leadership. What does it mean really, in real terms? And what's not counted, there is no action attached to that. There is no implementation. There is no allocation of resources, or even, we cannot even think about how many resources we spend as a whole for investing in young women leadership. And my main point is about that accountability that comes in power. How to do that? Maybe we need a new level of metrics, how to measure young women leadership. Maybe we need to do new standards. What does it mean? How do we go beyond just having a speaker at the panel, or including names here and there, or do something out? I'm a true believer of leadership sort of being learned by doing. And I remember myself, and I'm sure you also as well, remember yourself being 20 or 18 or 25 or 27, 30, 35, doesn't matter. But I remember my questions when somebody told me like, oh, you should talk about the laws or policies. It meant nothing to me. Or you should work in the UN. It meant like very little. I mean, where I am now with, problems that I have to grapple, and where is UN? And yet, there are questions that young people ask, and they want the spaces to be theirs. And I really like what we're trying to do right now with different stakeholders, giving young women and young people as a whole opportunity to ask those questions, and opportunity to create mechanisms and set up the agenda. This is what we want to learn. This is how we want to learn. Like, we have this interesting mechanisms that they created that I've never thought when I was young. For instance, youth assembly, and how loose the structure is, but how important it is. Or youth policy board, a number of experts on their topics. They come together, and we know what we need. There is a Commission on the Status of Women coming up. We're going to create a set of policy recommendations on young women. We're going to create a set of policy recommendations on young women. Boom, it's there. Boom, it's there. And I see next thing they're presented at a high-level political forum there. And I see next thing they're presented at a high-level political forum in New York. So they know when you equip them with tools, knowledge, space, so different, and their capabilities are different, their opportunities are different. And we need to be cognizant of that, whether these are young women with disabilities, whether these are young women, of color, young farmers, young innovators, scientists or researchers, indigenous youth. They all have a set of solutions that they have at hand. They have something to say and something to contribute with. We just need to create those spaces that are not only safe, but they allow them to set the agenda, drive the agenda, and then subsequently drive impactful change.
Thank you. So I'm mindful of time, because Gladys needs to take a flight. So do you want me to ask you, what do you want to do? I'm leaving it up to you if you want to talk.
This is a safe space, right?
Yes.
Okay. So, exactly. But so when you see these agencies, and FAO is in a really cool place.
Should we put the slide? Can we put the slide up?
Yes, please. Because the contributions that member countries give to FAO, they're mandatory contributions, right? Not all of the UN agencies, and not all of us, also I'm talking about you as well, because you have to do the same. We need to do campaigns to mobilize resources. And in order to make those campaigns, different agencies have different approaches. Somebody was talking this morning about marketing and communications. And we need to balance. And we really believe strongly in evidence and data. And we really believe that we need to use technology, geospatial analysis, for example, to substantiate the claims that we're making. So we're saying that we are increasing agricultural productivity. Is that true? Let's use satellite images to show us the image before the IFAD investment and after the IFAD investment. If the satellite is saying, yes, the soil quality has improved, agricultural productivity has improved, then we have been successful. And with that kind of evidence, we go to our member countries and we go to say, your investment in IFAD is a good investment. Now, the graph that I have behind me is telling a different story. And this is something that I was telling Sharon. IFAD, and this is a claim that is a true claim, we are one of the most effective agencies of the UN. Not only we have an independent office of evaluation, which is the #1 evaluation office of evaluations, not only of the UN, but also of the multilateral development banks. But we also internally, in the Office of Development Effectiveness, where my unit is institutionally where it's located, we also have an impact assessment team. This is what our impact assessment and what our evaluation teams are finding out. With the shift in geopolitical interests, with the shift in how people are voting for their leaders, we have different incentives. And with that differentiation of incentives, and the graph that you see behind me is not a graph of this year or last year. This is showing data from 2020. And what you can see is that, as Elena was sharing before, and as we heard in the panel with Chiara this morning, women are the first ones to suffer from economic shocks, from climate shocks. And they are the ones, actually, they're the first ones to suffer, but they're also the ones that have to get up in the morning and keep the family going. COVID had a huge effect on women. And we don't have enough data to see how much of an effect it had on women. And if you cannot measure it, you cannot address it. So if you see these graphs, on my right, you'll see what works. On my left, you'll see where we failed. How are we failing women? And we're talking about an agency that aims to have results over 80%. That's already pretty good that we want to achieve results over 80%. For IFAD, we define transformational impact when we can improve the income of our project participants by more than 50%. More than 50%. And we define outreach by the amount of people that are, participating in the projects. But that's not impact. Impact is when your income is actually increased by more than 50%. Where is that we're failing? We went from spending more resources on project design to understand what was the real problem. Because of the shift in incentives, that is not the case anymore. We're spending less funding in project designs. And if you don't design right, your impact is going to decrease. So we need to go back to invest in designing properly. We need to invest on disaggregation of data. So that's what you see on the left. In projects and interventions in investments where data was scarce or where data was not addressing the real needs of women, we failed to deliver that impact that we were aiming to achieve. And another thing that you will see here is something that we don't speak enough about: taking affirmative action in procurement. Our agencies, and I'm talking about the multilateral development banks, each year we disburse not millions, not billions, we disburse trillions of dollars to companies providing services to our agencies. And yet we claim that we're working with women for women, but do you know how much of that procurement actually goes to female-led enterprises? Tiny portion, a really, really tiny portion. So what is it we need to do for the future is we need to take affirmative action on procurement so that more companies are participating in our tenders. Not enough people know how to access our tenders and how they can access that kind of financing. So we need to work more with civil society like you so that when we have those tenders going out, more people can access those. We need to work more consciously on access to land, more consciously on cash transfers. Remittances are a great opportunity, but for remittances to reach women, we need to make sure that they can actually open a bank account and have those remittances arriving. So it's a combination of factors. But the story that you see behind me is a story about incentives, it's a story about data, it's a story about ensuring that we are addressing problems and that we continue working for women and with women. Last point. In our executive board, and this is a safe space again, yes. I'm not being recorded, no, I'm being recorded. We had a situation recently, I'm not going to say which country, but you will guess. They said that we needed to change the language in our reports because what is transformation and why do you have to be inclusive? And what about this thing that IFAD calls diversity, equity, and inclusion? You need to cancel all of that language from your reports. And if your reports have that kind of language, then I'm not sure we can invest in your reports. That's why it's important for us to continue having access to capital markets. This year, our credit rating was confirmed to be AA+. So we don't want, we need that independence and we need that contribution from groups like you so that we can continue doing the work that we do with intellectual honesty.
Yeah. And I think it becomes even harder. I don't know how many of you have seen Bill Gates, what is it, a couple of days ago, there was this article that he was saying that, well, climate change is not really a big issue nowadays. So when even, the people that fought for climate as much as he did are capitulating to the powers that be because, obviously I understand if I have to put myself in a big corporation shoes I don't agree with, I would probably do different. But that's the reality we live in, and it's a sad one. You want to stay here with us? You don't want to leave, right?
I'll stay a little bit more.
Okay. She was like, at 4, I have to go.
I know. And I also called the office and I said, if I miss my plane, I'm catching a train. So.
Yay, so we continue. Full speed ahead. You see, girls are having fun and they don't want to leave. Yay. So going back to what we were talking about, Francesca, obviously when we talk about food systems, it seems a lot of it is, we've been talking about climate, we talk about food systems, but obviously food is also diets, right? And a lot of our food, the way we grow our food, the way we raise our animals, again, with the chicken and the cows, you'll never eat them again. It's important. So healthy diets, sustainable production are deeply interconnected. So how can shifting towards better human nutrition also promote animal welfare? And there a gender dimension in this relationship that you can talk about?
Thank you, Sharon. So this helps me further clarifying some things that I started to say earlier. So what is a healthy diet? The FAO and the World Health Organization issued a joint statement last July, July 2024. So healthy diets, like the consumption of food, has to be adequate, meaning that different categories of food products have to be consumed without excess. Now, the levels at which, again, we are consuming animal products are not only above the recommended level, but they are so high that they are threatening our environment and our health. Whereas the consumption of red meat, notably, has to be always moderate because it's cancerogenic. But in general, the overconsumption of animal products is connected to non-communicable diseases. But we are way above that in high income and high middle income countries, not in other parts of the world. So like in these, when we talk about these type of healthy diets, we are limiting our geographic scope.
In the global north.
It's the global north. And some of the
global south, yes.
Some of them in Latin America, the consumption of meat is too high. And then again, in the society, it's not always the same, but it is really a problem. So it's so high that we are indeed threatening our own health and the environment too. Indeed, the FAO itself has identified the need to reduce the consumption of animal source food as one of the key triggers that can and the chicken cannot stand on its own legs. The chicken has never seen the light of the sun. The chicken is simply grown, he's being grown. They are being grown like a little plant of basil, so very quickly, very artificially, and killed. This is and also the quality of the meat is not good for us. And the problem is that we are producing animals and treating them this way without any need. Treating them like this is a harm for the animals and also for us. So it's unhealthy, and unsustainable.
Yeah, and that's what and that's the point, right? Even if, a lot of us have the perspective of caring for animals, but even if you don't care for animals, I always, I'm a pretty visual and practical person. Like, if you go and get like the meat that, that doesn't cost a lot of money in whatever discount chain, and you put it on the pan, and from something this big, it becomes this big, and the color is wrong, and there is something wrong. It's like if someone gives me a tomato and it looks like an orange, something's wrong with the tomato, right? It's not that difficult. So Giulia, obviously we are, learning a lot. And when we go to values, obviously when you work the land, there's a relationship there that it's profound. What have you learned about adapting agricultural practices in real time while protecting soil, biodiversity, your cultural heritage overall?
Yes, so probably climate change is one of the biggest challenges we face right now in the whole world, in the Mediterranean in particular, for some of the differences that are happening throughout the years. Again, in this case, I try to find a balance between tradition and innovation, like we were saying before. Surely we need to adapt our crops to the new to the new situation we are going to be facing, because we know that this is going to happen. We can slow it down, we can work so that it doesn't happen, but we also have to get ready in terms of entrepreneurship. We need to do that. So, for example, one of the biggest challenges in terms of climate change is in Sicily is severe droughts. We don't have water. Last year, we lost as a whole millions of euros because of the lack of water. At the same time, when it rains, it tends to rain intensely, and that is not good for the crops either. We would need a more balanced presence of water. So some people in the coast are growing avocados, tropical fruits. The crops are changing because we are becoming more and more of a tropical island. So that is one way of doing it. The other way is trying to change the way we grow crops, but still trying to keep our traditions. So there are other ways. We are going to try next year, for example, to experiment with a new type of almond trees that flower later in time during spring, and so we can try to prevent spring frosts that now are becoming very common in the area, and that they weren't. So we can try to do several things. Then again, I'm also a psychotherapist, so I try to think about some aspects of also from that point of view. And one of the things that farming has taught me the most in these years is that, and that I try also to bring back to my work as a psychotherapist, is that we can adapt, and adaptation is one of the most powerful tools we have. But the second one is also accepting that there are some things that are just out of our control. Nature is one of them. Nature, we need to honor the unpredictability of nature. So obviously when a hail strikes like 3 days before you harvest your pomegranates, that's painful, that's terrible. But then you kind of have to, honor and try to protect as much as possible the nature that sustains us economically for sure, but also as human beings. So that is something I really try to bring with me while I work, that nature has the last answer at the end. So yeah.
Thank you. So again, conscious of time, so we'll go to our last question, and I will ask 2 questions. You can decide which one you want to answer. I leave it up to you. This is more, let's say, a vision for the future, or at least the near future. Let's say, in the next 5 years or so. So one question is, if we imagine the food system of 2030 led by women, what would that look like? And the other one, you have choice, multiple choice I'm giving. If you could change one lever tomorrow, policy, investment, or mindset to take to make the future real, what would it be? Go. We'll go.
Very quick, and my preference will be for question number 2. And my lever that we need to change is the mindsets, the social norms, the unequal social norms that unfortunately dominate everything that we do. In the family, at the community level, institutions are all, grappling with this bias that is deeply ingrained in the social norms. And a lot of discrimination that we face is also because of these norms. The policies and laws are oftentimes discriminatory because of the norms. So yes, that will be my number 1 lever.
Francesca.
So I think my question is a bit like, I try to merge the two.
You can combine.
So what I wish we could see is a future where we really have a political vision of what is better to produce and how it is better to produce. Because what we have been doing for decades is just producing more and producing anything that the industry or like other producers would come up with as an idea. And this is not sustainable. So I wish that in 2030 we could be in a world where the food that Julia is producing and other small scale and family farmers are producing is more accessible. So for myself, I am committing to go to the farmers market every Sunday, because I live in Rome and it's really hard to get local grown food there. But there's one on Sunday morning. I go there and I look like a weirdo to people from my age, but I'm trying to do it. I will admit that I am a bit peculiar, but I wish that it was easier for my friends too. And also I wish that in this in this shift, we would also commit not only to because this is a change as what is being offered to us, how we buy, so how we behave as consumers. But it's also about how we make food. We are used to
buy food that has already been prepared for us. When is the last time that we made a biscuit? When we don't make so we think about, okay, I'm buying eggs ethically because in Italy it's the only label that is clear, like you know if the chicken has been grown like on the ground, it was in the open air and so on and so forth. You don't know it for other, like for meat, for instance. But, okay, so you are buying eggs ethically, but you are also buying biscuits where eggs is one of the ingredients. How was that egg produced? If we take more time to cook, it's easier to control the level of animal products that we consume, because it's going to be less automatically, because you really see it. And if we also buy it ethically, this is a gigantic shift. So in part has to come from policymakers and producers that have to commit in a different way, because indeed the market, the informal market cannot be open only on Sunday, and that is policy. But part of it will also come from us, and slowing down, taking time to cook and not to scroll our phone can really make a difference.
Yep. And a lot of that is it's education.
Yeah.
I mean, how many people buy their food just because they see no sugar added?
Yeah.
And you're like, what do they put instead? Anyways, Gladys.
My lever is actually closing your 360-degree circle with what you started the panel with. My lever is based on the evidence that we have collected and the lessons that we are learning from our investments. We will be directing efforts to secure land rights for women, to increase efforts to improve data collection and the disaggregation of data. And very, very importantly, access to financial independence. Because if women don't have financial independence, then it's really difficult for them to transform their lives. So those three things are in our strategic plan for the future.
Thank you. Last but not least, our Julia.
Yes, on these notes, on the aspects of financial independence, one thing I want to add is if I look at the future of farming, as you asked, and I think of what can encourage young men and women like me to go towards farming and towards a certain type of farming, sustainable farming, we need to think about the prices of our products. This is a serious problem. There are two aspects that I think are important. The first one is that we are seeing a market anomaly in terms of what we see, how we sell our products, where the prices or either go down or they stay the same, while cost productions rise. And then we go to the supermarket and we see prices rising and rising. So what's up with that? Usually, if the oil prices go up, then the fuel prices go up, and vice versa. This is not happening in the food market. And this discourages people to go into the production market. We are squeezed. And obviously, when you have people squeezed out and trying to compete for 2 cents or 3 cents more, you cannot ask them to work on sustainability. They don't care about that, obviously. They want to survive. They need to get as much money as possible out of that. Second part, still about the pricing, it's the difference between organic food and non-organic food that we see as producers. Again, not in the supermarket where the differences are crazy, but as a producers, in some crops, there is a ridiculous difference between selling organic wheat, for example, or conventional wheat. It's just 1 or 2 cents per kilo difference. So why would you have an organic farm where the yield is going to be less because you cannot use a lot of pesticides or products, if you're going to have a lower yield and you're not going to be earning more money. And so many of other farmers ask me, why are you organic? It doesn't make sense. It's not worth it. And in some ways, it's true. It's not worth it. So we cannot leave this to only good personal will because we want to be sustainable. It also has to be economically sustainable. Otherwise, no one is going to go organic. So yes, thanks.
Well, ladies, thank you so much. And I think what we've heard today here is that women are not only part of our food system, they're really redesigning it. So from all these global frameworks to Sicilian countryside, from finance to ethics, to the path forward is clear, at least to me: inclusion, innovation, and integrity. The future of food is being written now, and it's being written by women. Thank you to all of our speakers and to all of you for being part of the conversation.
Thank you. You deserve a peek, maybe? Sharon, what about the peek in Toronto?
I'm going to take pictures.
This amazing audience, and thank you so much. Thank you and congratulations. Thank you. Yes, maybe a peek all together with your panel. Thank you so much. An amazing time together. I'm thinking that we are learning a lot today. First of all, how much is it important not only to have a vision, but to be the vision. Thank you to Mrs. Laura Mattarella for joining this amazing day. Yes. Yes, please. Yes, please. And again, congratulations, Sharon, for this amazing panel. So impactful. No, we all need meanings. Okay. And I was also thinking about the importance of leadership, because at the end, we spoke about leadership in a very indirect way. But today, and we understood very well, leadership is also power, but to be a good leader, we need to be responsible, we need to be authentic, we need to be conscious, and of course, we need to be responsible now for what you are doing. Okay, we are at the last mile of this event, the third panel, and I would like to invite on the stage Valeria Termini, the president of this panel, Climate-Ready Cities, Regency, Infrastructure and Innovation. And she will envision the environment, the opportunity, and at the end, the life we are expecting for. So, Valeria Termini, the stage is yours, and thank you so much for leading this group of people. Dove sono? Aspetto loro. No, come si fa a andare lì? And then to go ahead?
This should be from avanti and dietro.
Avanti, okay. But I'm waiting for our friends, our great panelists here. And
I will just say a few words before, because we have a fantastic condition today in this last panel, which is to have an artist that will give us, well, a present of a fantastic opera she will tell us. I cannot open, let me strict, I cannot open this climate panel without first acknowledging the disaster affecting Jamaica, Cuba, those wonderful areas at this very moment while we are talking, I mean. And Hurricane Melissa shows us once again that the climate emergency cannot be denied. This is why I have a slide which is here. Now, here you can just see, I have only 2 slides. No problem, don't worry. But these slides show us that last year, 2024, was the warmest year, well, since before, but now, before the Industrial Revolution, but now we take, the IPCC, the scientists of IPCC take 1950, just well, to make us understanding the increase. And in 2024, for the first time, the planet and the atmosphere was the warmest part of the atmosphere was superior to the 1.5, which is what is considered the irreversible possibility of the of the atmosphere. We cannot go back. This any reference to Bill Gates is not casual in that case, because it's just amazing. And so this is what we see. It cannot be denied or ignored any longer. And also, the Hurricane Melissa shows us that, well, the climate emergency is unequal, is unjust. And when we see the small Jamaican houses destroyed by the hurricane, we can see how vulnerable they are. And this is the second and last slide. And you can see on the horizontal part the vulnerability, the reliability, and on the vertical one, the vulnerability. So we have very, well, kind of resilient countries like the European one, the Nordic countries, and, well, less vulnerable. And on the corner on the left, you can see Congo, Zimbabwe, African Republic, which are the most vulnerable and less reliable. So just to tell that climate emergency is unjust. It is unjust for inhibitors, for the poorest regions, but also for future generations. We let our children an incredible amount of debt, of emissions debt for young people and for women. We heard this morning and in several panels. So we know that energy plays a central role in this dramatic climatic event, as the scientists of the IPCC, the International Panel, well, the world scientists, International Panel on Climate Change, tell us. And this is why we are addressing also the energy transition today. This panel offers a variety of perspectives, an incredible variety of perspectives, including those from academia, local communities, very large companies, and we are all here to represent the voice of women and the world, what we can do. But now I am delighted to introduce firstly an artist, as I said, Maria Cristina Finucci, and I hope you can come here. This is why we are not all together. I am leaving you the floor. And Cristina Finucci is fantastic because she had the idea, and she will be alone in a second, she had the idea of building, if I may say, or institutionalize, if I may say, a federal state with 5 islands, and you will explain us, made of plastic, the plastic of the ocean. And this is why she will be alone,
making her performance, and I'm going away immediately. Just to remember the garbage patch state, Mediterranean, that she is introducing to us. And she asked me to remember that when Dalina Salimei is, well, is greetings, yes, from Venice, I think, or from somewhere in Italy. And she's the curator of this performance for the Biennale of Venice, of Venezia. So we are so lucky to have the performance here ex ante, before it will be in Venice. So thank you very much, Maria Cristina, and I'm going away, letting you alone.
Thank you, thank you. Okay. Thank you, Marilena, for inviting me to this extraordinary gathering, very important, and this also extraordinary city, Palermo, which is right in the center of the Mediterranean, a place, you know, where you know, a world gathered together, and it has been a symbol of peaceful gathering with among cultures and faith. I'm here as a head of state because I'm the president of the largest country in the world, the garbage patch state. It is a country that I have founded in Paris, as you see, and you know, I'm not proud of being the president of such a state, but I am the voice. I give voice to every single piece of plastic which is dispersed, adrift in the ocean. It is a silent, important problem that we have to solve, and we have, you know, we need to give voice to that. But, you know, I would like you to watch a short video that describes the first 10 years of life of this country, which is, you know, one image is better than 100 words. Please go ahead with the video. Thank you. Thank you. And now we proceed with this declaration. I'm here today because I've heard the cry of millions of plastic objects adrift in our beloved Mediterranean Sea, a sea that for millennia has been the bridge between East and West, Africa and Europe. They too, this object, wish to join their sisters and brothers of the state I founded in Paris at the UNESCO on 2013. Let me now read the message we have received from them, this object. A message written as it was the original, pronounced in Paris, in Spanish. You have the translation there. Queridos amigas y amigos del archipiélago de las islas de plástico en los océanos, nos unimos a vosotros para pedir el cese de la fabricación de nuevos artefactos plásticos y para una lucha perseverante e inspirada contra el consumismo que la amplifica. También en nuestro querido antiguo mar Mediterráneo, milenaria cuna de muchas civilizaciones, vemos que la civilización contemporánea, sin embargo, esconde bajo su vistosa fachada un cuadro que no se preocupa suficientemente de las aguas marinas y en general del medio ambiente. Nosotros, millones y millones de habitantes de plástico en el mar Mediterráneo, nos levantamos al encuentro de una nueva vida, junto a las compañeras y a los compañeros de los océanos, y reivindicamos el nuestro derecho a la autodeterminación y al desarrollo independiente. ¡Viva la independencia! ¡Viva la libertad! ¡Viva la nueva patria! ¡Viva el Garbage Patch State! We could not remain indifferent to this call for self-determination, right? Despite the fact that I'm the only chief of state that wants to see its border shrink, I proposed to my fellow citizens, through a plebiscite that met with unanimous support, the expansion of the garbage patch state to include the waters of the Mediterranean Sea. This expansion has been accepted and endorsed by the coastal nations that form the Union for the Mediterranean and has been purposefully included in the program of this year, Venice Biennale, the Italian Pavilion. Let us now listen the greetings sent us by the Ambassador Gramenos Mastroianni, which is the Deputy Secretary General of the Union for the Mediterranean. Please.
Good morning, Excellencies, dear colleagues, ladies and gentlemen. I'm really sorry I cannot be there with you in presence in this important moment, but I'm talking to you from the International Microplastics Congress. Well, I will not take too much of your time. This is just to reaffirm the utter and total backing of my organization to Christina's initiative, annexing the Mediterranean to the garbage patch state. We really appreciate Christina's effort to communicate a problem which is fundamental but goes unperceived. My organization, the Union for the Mediterranean, is a 43 member states intergovernmental organization that has an uncommon mandate. We are asked to help remove the deep causes, the root causes of conflicts in the Mediterranean. What has plastic to do with that? Well, whenever plastic transforms into a threat to health, whenever plastic diminishes fishermen's catch, whenever it affects our biodiversity, it is posing a danger to peace. It is making the whole situation, already fragile in itself, more unstable. This is clear, this is maybe understood by the policymaker, by science, but not necessarily by the common public. We need something like the garbage patch state to make it clear to everyone. I wish you an excellent event.
Dear friends, together we must continue our fight against pollution, especially plastic pollution, against climate change, and for an economy that places people, not profit, as its heart. The garbage patch state, perhaps just a drop in the ocean, remains alive, committed to doing its part, as it has done over the years, to awaken awareness, to turn awareness into responsibility, and responsibility into change. And now we have reached the solemn and moving moment we have all been waiting for, with the changing of the official flags of the garbage patch state. I hereby declare that the waters of the Mediterranean Sea officially become part of the federal state of the plastic island. These are the 5 islands in the ocean, and this new one is the symbol for the Mediterranean. Thank you all.
That was just great. I mean, we have a state, a plastic state. So thank you so much, Cristina. And still, I think that art inspires. That's an example. Art inspires even economists. I'm an economist. And so now, thank you. The key question to consider now is what we can do, what we expect from the transition in terms of not only plastic, but the point is also climate change. We heard about it, and we know about what's happening now. So I'm very, very pleased, I'm delighted to invite our 2 other panelists who are of the same incredible high level of Cristina. Please do come. Now we have Emmanuel Conte, who is City Councillor for the Budget, Public Property and the Special Housing Plan, Vice Mayor of Milano, is here with us. I'm delighted to introduce you because Milano has well, Italy, and Milano in particular, has a very important history, I would say, of, well, let's say community and active participation of citizens to innovation. So I'm very pleased that you are here. Then we have another leader. Well, the fantastic thing of this panel is that we have a mixture of male and women and females, which is extraordinary because we can cooperate sometimes when we have special men. The other is, bravo. The next panelist is another fantastic leader, and she's Giorgia Molaioni, and she has a particular life. I will ask about your life. She is Technology and Communication Director of Any Plenitude. I know the word of energy, all male. Every time they're all only men, actually. So congratulations, and thank you very much for being with us. Now, I don't know who's the person who should talk before, because you have to go. Okay, it's just a problem of airplanes. Okay, so let's start by the leader of a, well, the perspective of the leader of a large international firm like any plenitude. And, well, it requires a deep innovation, it requires creativity to create a business model that integrates, and Giorgio will tell us how, renewable energy because of climate change, infrastructure, and different energy sales solutions. Well, I think you serve about 10 million people in a retail market just across Europe, and you work in 15 different countries. So we are very keen to know how can you manage I would say the transition, because it is a transition. Thank you, Giorgio. The floor is yours.
Thank you, Valeria, and thank you all. I'm very pleased to be here today. I have to say, I came and I started working in the world of energy a bit by chance. I started my career 25 years ago now in Silicon Valley. So I graduated in business, and then I moved to the Silicon Valley, and I started my career in the digital business at the end of 1990s. From there, I moved to London, and I worked still for technology company like Microsoft. And then I moved in the food and beverage industry, working for Coca-Cola and for PepsiCo. So literally nothing in my background screamed energy. And to be honest, as a professional, I never even thought, I never considered the energy business. So until exactly, well, it used to be a vertical that people didn't used to talk a lot about when I was growing up. And even at university, you wouldn't really consider or be exposed to that kind of business. So anyway, the energy business came to me as an headhunter. And the idea was 8 years ago to start moving the energy business toward energy transition, but also digital transition. And that's how, in a way, I started to work
because
in the energy
they go
business.
together, actually.
They actually go together as well. So I started this new adventure. I, for the first time in my life, came back to Italy and worked in Italy. I never worked in Italy before. And I started to work in the energy business. And today I'm totally in love with it, because I think that it's a vertical that needs to undergo huge transformation. And also, there is a lot to build. I think about myself, and I think most of the women are builders. And so the idea that you can build and create a lot and transform a vertical was very appealing to me. It's still very appealing to me. So what do I mean by transformation? So there is a lot. First of all, obviously, there are a lot of assets that need to be built. And by asset, I mean mainly two things. Assets that produce energy, and in this case, in Plenitude case, those are obviously solar plant and wind farm, both onshore and offshore. And we build those across 15 countries. So we can start from Sicily, where we have a solar plant and wind farm very close to where we are now. But we can go far away until Kazakhstan or Australia or the US. So again, a very differentiated geography. But producing is not enough, and sometimes you can't even do it alone. You have to join forces with other companies in order to build at the scale that is most useful. After producing energy, what you need to do is distributing them. So of course there are networks. In every country we know we have networks, but those networks need to be upgraded. They need to be able to actually support all the energy that needs to be delivered to the client.
I remember the problem of Spain, actually.
That's correct.
A problem of networks, of course.
That's
so
correct. So that is a typical case where you can see the hookups that energy transition has to go through, because renewable energy are fantastically positive, but they can't always support industrial cycle that need a steady flow of energy. And therefore, if something like this happens, if the network collapses,
then
you
we
need to
have
have an answer.
blackout, just to make us aware.
I think everybody remembers
then
when...
we have blackout, that means no light, no telephone, nothing.
No communication.
No communication.
But luckily just lasted a day and a half, if I remember correctly. So anyway, we spoke about the building an infrastructure and building a network. Network, for example, in EV charging station, it's something that we are very engaged into doing. We know that the automotive is moving towards the electrical vehicle, and electrical vehicle need a network to recharge. So it's something we're building. But the most important thing that needs to be changing is culture. There is an entire new culture that needs to be built. And I think that is very fascinating, energy-wise. Why do I say that? Even if we think about women and men in the household, it was very funny because when I joined Plenitude, that used to be called Enigas e Luce, and we would consider the household the decision maker on what energy, do we buy and how do we pay energy, used to be considered always the man of the house. And already just in 5 years, I saw that changing dramatically. So you can see that more and more decision maker in the household, considering what is bought and what kind of energy investment to make, is becoming more and more women. But another significant difference that we will have in the energy business is that until up to 5 years ago, as I say, people didn't used to be interested, okay? I in the first place. What made it more relevant? Sustainability, all the talks about sustainability, climate change made it relevant, but obviously also energy crisis made it relevant. People understood that energy wasn't something, just a bill at the end of the month. Energy was something...
No, so just switch it on.
Exactly. People understood that actually energy is something that as a person, as an household, but as a business also, is something you need to be very aware of. You need to be able to choose. But you also can be a producer. So what is changing is that from being top down, few companies producing and delivering energy, now the whole public is actually called to be a producer, or what we call a prosumer, somebody that produces and consumes as well. And so this is a dramatic cultural difference, helping the people to understand that they can do it, how they can do it. Do I need to have a roof to do it? No, you don't. If you have, better, but you can do it without a roof, for example.
Yeah.
So
this is,
exactly.
This has to do with solar panels.
That's correct.
And the whole chain. I mean, this is why I would say the energy transition is changing the world as well, because of China's panels, and then we have here in Sicily the possibility of, if you like to explain.
Yes, we are blessed. I mean, Italy is a country that is particularly blessed with sun, with wind, with water as well. So we have any kind of natural reserve to actually be producing a lot of energy.
Frontiers sometimes, if
technical knowledges as well.
Yeah.
That is very very important as well. So Sicily, as was mentioning before, can host Sicily, like a lot of places in Italy or in Spain or in France. We are really working across the world. But what we are trying to do is establish a complete supply chain. So going from production directly to the consumer. And why is that positive? It's positive because you can, you don't have to buy and store energy. You can produce the energy that actually your consumer, your customer needs. And so it's a perfect cycle.
Yeah.
In a way.
Thank you very much. just a second.
You're welcome, Valeria.
I would like to go to the community side. We had a fantastic example of leadership, women leadership, in a very large firm dealing with climate change, with the transformation, called for by the problem of climate change, and not only also competitivity and all those economic problems. But now, when we talk of climate change, we have the idea of a common, public, common, global, common good. So it should be globally addressed. And we try to do. We saw, just in your film, actually, the COP 15, COP in 2015. I've been in at least 17 or more or less 10 COPs as an expert. No, that one was when all together, even US and China, were, let's say, being together in order to see the steps forward. But now it didn't work. Let's be honest. Let's take it positive, think positive. But it didn't work so much, as we saw from, in the slide. The warmth of the atmosphere is just increasing and increasing. So I would think that the contribution of local communities is essential to, I would say, to involve individual responsibility and collective answer, collectively address the problem of climate change. And here we have the fantastic example of Councillor Emmanuel Conte. And would you mind to tell us about it and what you are doing, what you have been doing in Milano, which is really fantastic.
Good afternoon, everyone, and thank you for having me. It's an honor to be here at the Women Economic Forum, double honor, because I'm one of the few men invited as a speaker, so thank you very much again. The feeling I had this morning, attending the other panels, is that here words like future, equality are not promises or empty words, but daily commitment. So I'm really fascinated with this thing. And cities or local authorities. So our mayor is flying to Rio because they have the annual meeting for C40, so an alliance among cities around the world in order to address the climate change and discuss best practices, try to understand how to react to this situation. And cities have become the true laboratories of the green revolution over the last decades. This is not strange because few figures. Today, more than 76% of world's population lives in urban areas, and the forecast is 70% at the end of 2050. That's huge. And cities consume 70% of global energy and produce over 60% of CO2 emission. So in city, that the climate change is playing out at the moment, and cities are organisms that at the same time create wealth, not only GDP, also quality of life, inclusion,
well-being, welfare of people.
But at the same time, they consume it. It seems that we have to balance those two dynamics in order to keep the producing part, capable to fight the climate change, especially now, because in the international public debate, even some international leaders deny climate change and they delay action that we try to, decision that we want to make. The problem is that according to Jeremy Rifkin, I had the opportunity to meet him a couple of years ago, the path towards sustainability is in the macro region, not cities. Pollution doesn't know administrative borders.
There's no border.
I must say that because talking about Milano, we exceed the pollution limit a couple of times over the last years. And that means that we have to do something. We are trying to do something. So after I go in greater details. But in Italy, if you look at ECG, this acronym, The G is often not clear, especially at the institutional level.
Would you mind to?
The G is governance, environmental, social, and governance. The governance, because we have many institutional levels, and if those levels don't work together, our commitment is limited. For example, in Milano, we want to, and we want to build subway and railways, not highways. But other institutional levels want to build up highways. This is something that doesn't work if you want to fight climate change and pollution, especially in the big city as Milano is. So what we have done at the beginning of this mandate, first of all, we gave ourselves a compass, a daily compass, a strategy, the Air Climate Plan. It's Piano Aria Clima, 49 concrete actions that we want to pursue, and that in each and every decision we make, we take in account, and that gave us the opportunity to address our decision. Just to give you an example, our goals are to reduce CO2 emission by 45% by 2030, and reducing and reaching the climate neutrality by 2050, so aligned with the European Green Deal. So this plan is our daily compass. This is the strategy. We are the first city in Italy to adopt this kind of strategy, but much more than this, we want to implement that strategy.
We like
and
to be pragmatic,
exactly. So
here
infrastructure, how we spend our money. In Milano, we built up 2 new metro lines over the last 10 years, M5 and last year M4, and was part of the building part. So I'm really happy to share this thing here. In a few words, what does it mean open a new metro line in a city like Milan? First of all, link the city center of Milano to the city airport in 14 minutes. This morning I had 20 minutes with M4 to approach Linate, Milano Linate. 75,000 CO2 emission less. Coupled with M5 is more than 100,000 CO2 emission less. 2% reduction in citywide emission, 16 million tons of oil saved annually. So it's really a huge thing. Now we are projecting to extend our metro line system to other municipalities around Milano, because we have to be a macro region. So we have to have a vision at metropolitan level, not city level, in order to connect other municipality to Milano.
This is very important what you are saying, because you are explaining that the sustainable city is not only greener in a sense and less emitting, but it's also more inclusive. It's capable of, well, I would say redistributing opportunities. And this is the fantastic mix of having a more human way of life, not only for animals, but for us as well, for citizens. And the feeling responsible of individuals is very important. I come back to you again in a second, but I would like to ask Maria Cristina, plastic is part of this, world of destroying the environment in a sense.
Yes.
And we don't like to have women as victims, as we heard this morning. We want to have women, and not only women in this case, as protagonists. So this is your example is very good. What do you see for the future of plastic?
Maybe you asked the wrong person, because I'm very, very pessimistic about that.
Really?
Yes, definitely, because the fabrication of plastic has increased during the last 5 years of the 63%. It means that we are producing more and more plastic. And that's a problem. I mean, I don't know how we can cope with that.
Sure.
What do you think about this big push around bioeconomy? Because I find that as a big solution to
Why are you pointing me there? Oh yes, the bioeconomy. It's okay, it's fine, but if industries continue to fabricate plastic for not for important purpose, but just for stupid objects. I mean, there's no. Personally, I have no hope.
Okay, but this is glass instead of plastic. 1 year ago, it was plastic. So I would mediate. I'm not so pessimistic. And also, Georgia can explain us how innovations and technical innovation, technological innovation, as you know very well, I mean, not only digital, but the new way of production can help us. Well, the energy sector and the energy sector, the energy transition in which we are involved is really the center, apart from transport and all the environmental problems.
Yeah.
But what do you think about it?
As we were saying
Can
before,
you say something better than Christina, more optimistic than Christina's vision?
I wouldn't really comment on plastic. I agree
No,
that...
no, not on plastic.
No, but I would say that as a consumer, for example. As a consumer, sometimes I may find myself... we've all seen the little bag in the supermarket kind of transformation, okay? I don't know how effective that is, but it happened. Yeah. At the same time, in the same supermarket, you have a lot of packaged fruit. I mean, sometimes I buy fruit, sometimes I don't go to the Bia market or the market, I go to the Esselunga or Carrefour or whatever, unfortunately. And whenever I come back home, I have to unpack all this food, and then I have to throw away all these packages, mostly plastic, sometimes something else, cartoon, but and I think, but why there is all this package? It's probably done for transportation. I don't know, but most of the time you think it's useless. So I agree with you, and sometimes you can see it as a mother on toys. I was listening to the Lego story, and Lego actually started as wood bricks. And after the fifth burnout of the old fabric, they actually switched to plastic that was becoming very popular. So even in toys, you see on one way a lot of plastic, a lot of stupid, cheap things. On the other hand, you have the counterattack of wood and ceramics. So I'm a positive person, so I think there is hope. But you can see both the extreme. You can see very, very cheap stuff inundating our markets and our, any kind of industry. I mean, even fashion or whatever, jewels, everything. And on the other hand, you have a coming back to bio, coming back to crafting. So you see a bit of both. And I'm positive that people will be able to make the right choices if you give them the choice. And again, going back to education, if you show them both things. And I think Italy is a great, as many other countries, it's great because you can still see mass consumption on one end, but you still also see, small boutiques and craftsmen and family businesses.
Less and less, unfortunately.
Less and less, but you still see it.
Yes, sure, please.
Yes, you're right.
Thank you, Georgia.
Just as a consumer, as a person.
You're right. In Italy, we are the best. When I was invited, I had this honor to be invited by
the
best. We are the best. Sorry, no, it's a joke. I've been invited to this talk by Al Gore. He made this gathering in Italy for Europe and for the whole Europe. And he said, I made this gathering here because Italy in Europe is the most circular is the the country that is the most I don't have that word. It's the most sustainable country.
I mean,
sorry,
we are leader in circular economy.
It's a more virtuous. It's a more virtuous country
from some point of view. Yeah, I mean.
Well, that's what Al Gore said.
Oh, that's good.
So
that's the best.
Yes.
Let's go back to the community, please. And well, you mentioned transport, which is a fundamental part of going back to energy, which is a fundamental part of emissions. What are you doing, by the way, for also electric transports? Are you changing something on that part?
Talking about separate waste collection in Milano as one of the 49 concrete actions, at the moment we are at 72%. Right. It's really high, and the target is to 75% by 2030. So just to give you an example of what I'm saying when I said we have 49 concrete actions. And we get back clean energy from this collection.
You mean we transform?
Yeah, thanks to A2A, our municipality, we get back clean energy thanks to the waste that we collect.
The use of waste, we are leader in the use of waste.
So we can do
in Europe
better,
at least.
So we are good at doing that.
We will improve.
Yeah, and so about transport, as I said, we opened 2 new metro lines. Now we are projecting to extend those metro lines. And also thanks to the recovery plan, as in Italy is the PNR, we booked 300 new electric buses. We want to electrify all the public transportation in surface. That means a lot of CO2 emission saved. I don't remember the figure, sorry about that, but so it's something that we are doing. So the target is much more than 1,000 electric buses by 2030. It's really important. We already booked 200, so we still have to buy other, but so we are still on track to do that and to reach this objective. But before you mentioned the social part, because the transition is not only ecological, so we are talking about justice, environmental, social, gender justice. So we are at the Women Economic Forum, so a responsibility, and the really challenge that we have to address as a cities is the housing cost. So this is in Italy, this is in Milan, this is Rome, in Bologna. And so even here we have an alliance with other cities in Europe about housing. What we do about that? So we started with an extraordinary housing plan based on an alliance between public and the private sector. It's the Milano's DNA to have an alliance with the private sector in order to reach our target. The alliance works like that. We have lands. We can give lands, free lands, to the private sector in right of surface for 90 years. So that means that we give for free something that is really important on the cost function. But at the same time, the private sector has to develop and manage 10,000 apartments in 10 years with a strict requirements. The only thing we ask is to give to our key workers, our people, our talents, 60 square meters apartment, 500 euros per month. 500 euros because we want to target people who had a monthly salary between 1,500 to 2,500. Because affordable for us means that you have to not spend more than 1/3 of your monthly salary to have a house with dignity. So it has to be accessible, available, and acceptable. So this is what we have done.
It's not only greener.
It's not only greener.
Socially inclusive.
We have to keep together, and also the gender justice. So
thank you very much.
This is the alliance between public and private. So
yeah, but it is true actually. The alliance between private and public, especially I would say local communities in Italy, it's very, very important to reach a transversal. I mean, it's just not specific. It cannot be just economics or, as this morning has been said, GDP, etc. It's socially sustainable. That's the point. What about gender balance in the energy sustainability, Georgia? It's a difficult question, I understand.
I'll take it, no worries. But first of all, I wanted to congratulate myself with Emmanuel because this initiative sounds great. Fantastic. I mean, I spent 20 years in London, and London housing market was so competitive. But when I arrived in Milan, I actually thought it's almost worse than London. So we definitely need that. Gender balance. Well, of course, I mean, it's an industry where, as you said, in the past, the majority of people, of employee, of decision maker used to be men. I have to say that even in these 7 years that I've passed into the company, I saw that changing a lot. Within Plenitude, we actually reached, it was one of our key objectives. Yeah, well, we reached 50%, right, a couple of months ago. So we are very, very pleased about that. And I have to say that for the contribution to the ESG, especially to the S part of the business.
You should, maybe you can explain.
Yes, Plenitude is a very peculiar company because obviously it's a business. But in 2022, we have amended our bylaws. So we changed our nature and we became a benefit company. What does it mean? I mean, benefit company, I think most of you are familiar with the concept. It's not a non-profit, obviously, because we are a company for profit. So we really have our stakeholder wanting to have some dividend at the end of the day. But we have amended the bylaws adding to economical and financial responsibility, also social responsibility, mostly connected to the energy business, of course. So we have 4 main objectives, and gender equality was one of those, which we reached. But also we do a lot of initiative to help education in the energy business and to really make sure that the energy poverty is not there anymore. It seems we don't talk about energy poverty enough, actually. But even in Italy, even in Europe, it's something that it's there. There are families that simply, don't have money to pay energy bills, or there are families that have a housing that it's so old that the energy just doesn't stay inside. So even if they pay, they don't get warm. So what we did with, and this is very nice because we did it together with many other energy companies, taking inspiration from the food bank, which I'm sure you all heard about. We have the energy bank, and so together with other big energy company going against our competition in the market. We don't care about that anymore. But we join effort and we actually help people that need to be supported from an energy standpoint. Maybe that be paying their bills or just changing something in their housing in order to make it more energy efficient.
Thank you, Georgia. I think you are mentioning alliances, and I can see very well, if we go back to a global vision, alliance between territories. I think it's very important. I'm thinking of Africa or East Asia, or, I mean, Italy is in a special place from the geographical point of view. And also alliance between generations, because I'm just thinking about those phenomena like Fridays for Future. I mean, it's very important to take the change. And I find it extremely important is that a large company is able to transform its business without losing business in a sense. And that's fantastic. That's technology also. That's your background, and that's completely the smart, I would say the smart energy.
It comes from, if you allow me to comment, the technology has helped us to empower people.
Yeah.
So I was very impressed by one of the panelists before. She was saying, yes, we talk about user experience, user centricity, but if those people don't even have access to, they don't have IDs or nothing, you can't. So of course, in those countries, it's really tough. But in Europe or in the US, wherever we have retail activities, it's great because through technology, through digitalization, through, just to make it easy, an app, okay? People now can see if they produce, how much they produce, how much they're wasting, how much they want potentially to give away to somebody else, to donate. And it's not something that there used to be no transparency.
Yeah.
Now, thanks to digitalization, you can have access and transparency. And that is an empowerment.
Yeah.
And then again, this is just the first step, because this will become bigger and bigger.
Yeah. On the other hand, with electrification, we become more vulnerable in a sense. So, but vulnerable, but we have a background on that, so we know. And we start talking of nuclear and so many different sources, but we are not going into that at the moment. By the way, you are vice mayor, isn't it?
Deputy mayor for
Deputy,
budget and
yeah.
real estate.
Deputy, and for budget, which is fundamental, because as you explained to us before, it's fantastic because it's finance, as you said. Money for the projects, for the good projects is fundamental. But apart from this, you represent Milano, the mayor, and you represent Europe in C40, isn't it? And what about that?
It's an opportunity.
It's about
Mr.
20
Sala,
years,
is Vice President for Europe, and so he's the leader for the green and just
started 20 years ago,
something
more or
like
less,
that.
15 years ago, I remember that. But from Los Angeles to Milano, for instance.
Yeah, so this is a way to share best practices.
And this is part of the alliances we are talking about, the community alliances in a sense.
The problem is that is not enough.
Okay.
So we have to get the commitment from other institutional level. So if you look at Italy, so I don't want to go abroad, so my proposal is to have a ministry for cities in order to coordinate and have a high level vision of the problems that we are facing in our cities, the pollution, criminality, so security is a theme, housing. At the moment we are trying to do whatever is necessary, but with not enough tools. So we have to coordinate our actions among the institutional levels. So we need a reform in that sense. I don't know if we're able alone to address all the challenges that we are facing right now, because it's too much. It's too much, especially in the big cities. As I said before, 70% of the population is going to live in our cities. So it's there where we need to invest in a new infrastructure, for example, new subways, new housing. We have to enlarge the scale, so we are not big enough in Italy as a city to address those challenges.
And we are talking of Milano, not
and
of
we're talking
a
about
small
Milano.
city.
Yeah, so it's strange because I'm deputy mayor for budget. I'm still optimist, unless optimist about the future, because we have energy as a cities in Milano, in Italy. It's tough, but today we are just to give you an example, we are in Palermo, and so today Palermo touches Milano, and Milano touches Palermo, because we have the same energy to address our issues, and at the same time it's a really nice symbol, because Milano is Italy's gateway to Europe, and Palermo is Europe's gateway to Mediterranean, so it's something really important to build alliance. I'm pretty sure that the future belongs to those that want to build bridges and is not not borders. So it's really important, the idea of the alliance, but we have to insist and do more. This is my feeling at the moment. So it's important among cities, but we need regional and national level to address all the challenges that we are facing.
And we go back to the problem of governance then.
Still, so then again, we're talking about the governance.
The global governance is at the moment is very good. And it's a pity because, well, climate change, I used to consider climate change when in the UN, for instance, as the kind of the possibility of leveling interest. And now it's very difficult at the moment. It's not a word, as we heard from Bill Gates, from Trump. I don't want to touch the problem of the US, but still I think that Europe has a footprint on that, which is very important to consider again and again, from a public point of view, from a private, semi-private point of view, and from an artist point of view. So I would say thank you very much for this, well, I would say different perspective. But I know that somebody wanted to, had a few questions. Yes, please do.
Can I speak without a microphone? I think everyone can hear.
It's good.
Just to be more interactive, because I committed myself to let your plan, but we are still in time. So we can be interactive. Thank you. Marta.
Thanks. First of all, thank you all for the panel. It was very interesting. The question is actually for Mr. Conte. You were mentioning the importance of subways and, of course, how green cities are inevitably associated with gender justice. And one of the studies that have been conducted in the last years is that cities have not been designed for women. So, for example, when you do or urban planning in general, starts with needs assessment. But if the majority of people who are consulted are men, basically the location, the stops of the subway do not meet the needs. And also, something that happens in these studies is that the people who are consulted are over 18 or over 21, depends on the country. But basically the people who mostly need transportation, public transportation, because they cannot drive, for example, is young people. So is Milan trying to do a needs assessment which doesn't consider men as the ultimate, well, old men as the ultimate measure? I know it sounds a bit blunt, but it's the truth.
Important.
And a few years ago there was, I don't know if anyone read it, but there was this book which it's called Invisible Women, and it was showing the big data gap. And it was saying that in Finland, if I'm not, or in another Scandinavian country, I'm not sure, so many women, they were breaking their knees during winter, and they were not understanding why. And the reason was why women do not have as many cars as men, so they were walking because the subway doesn't arrive to the school stops. So they were walking with the kids' backpack and their bag, and they were falling because there was ice. So because the needs assessment was considering men as the ultimate data information. So I was wondering if there has been some research on what are the needs of the people.
Oh, there will be in the future. Brava Martina.
Thank you very much for the question. So it's a nice idea. So I don't know if we are there. What we have done, we launched last year the gender budget from my office, together with my colleague Alessia Cappello, so a really good colleague. What is the gender? Yes, what is the gender budget? The idea we had is just to collect all information from our budget and understand how much we invest, and in terms of both investment and expenses, in order to reduce the gender gap in our municipality. So we started with something that was around...
Give us an example, if you can.
Yeah, for example, the extension of the daily activity of subway. So in order to extend early in the morning and after in the afternoon. So it's just an example. Yeah. Or for example, among our employees, we are trying to keep the salary gap, to reduce the salary gap, and to have the same director, both men and female. So we're trying to address this kind of issues. But much more than this, we wanted to have a tool, a real tool, quantitative tool. We started with an ex post gender balance. Now we are trying to move from an ex post gender balance to an ex ante gender balance in order to design new policies, so to reduce the gender gap between male and female. This is the activity that we are doing right now. It's really interesting. So the idea to have also other quality information, not only from men but also for women. So it's really nice. We are trying to do something. So the gender budget is something really good for us, because now we are aware of what we've done and what we can do more in this direction.
That's the value added of this meeting. Thank you, Marilena, again, because I'm sure you will do something about it after this question. I can see one hand. Yeah, we are too democratic or what? Can we okay, so there is one question there.
Thank you very much. And I have just one quick comment. I was in Spain because I lived there when there was the blackout. The blackout. And I have to say that one thing that everybody realized was that, okay, you have no phone, you have no electricity, whatever. But the most impactful thing was we cannot eat because you could not cook. And this was, and you cannot even buy because you don't use anymore cash, use only this. Yeah. So it was impactful. I think people realized that something needs to change. But this was a general comment. I have a question because, again, for energy and, urban planning. For the urban planning, there is not just a matter of what kind of use women need. There is also a matter of safety. Meaning when you are planning new metro line, new subway, new public transport, or you are looking for the housing plan, the idea of what does it mean safety for women, where they are going to use public space. There is public lighting, especially during the night hours and so on. All these elements, I don't know if they have been taken into account or not, but it's not so institutionalized, unfortunately, in many cities. This is something coming up like a response to emergency, not in the preparation plan. And one thing about energy. I'm talking from the...
We can provide the light.
Yeah, exactly. They can provide the light. Just one question, because coming from the MENA experience, there is a lot of networks of women working in the energy sector. They are pushing a lot because, as you say, it's a male-dominated sector, but more and more activities are coming in terms of training, in terms of leadership, in terms of access to finance for energy. My question is, there is anything similar in Europe on women working in the energy sector? There are community of practice or network that could be interest to exchange with women coming from other regions. And the last question for you is artificial intelligence.
This is the last one.
Yeah, this is the last one. The energy cost of artificial intelligence.
Yes.
There is a matter of sustainability of artificial intelligence in terms of energy cost.
Yes.
How to deal with this? It's a big question, but if you are thinking about this, thank you.
I'll start from that. Yes, I'm thinking about that because it's my job as well. So, but I'm also deeply interested. Yes, there is a huge cost. If we would be sitting here a few years ago and talking about digitalization and the beginning of AI, you know, we actually said digitalization and technology is a friend of sustainability initially, because and it was true, because you would reduce, you know, if you buy on the internet, energy on the internet, you don't go to the shop. If you do your contract online, you save paper, and all of that was true. It was until 2-3 years ago, where especially the upcoming use of artificial intelligence has been shifting the gains. So now energy consumption of data center is obviously, you know, they're one of the biggest consumer. It's becoming huge. So how to solve it? I think, again, education. Most of the time, you know, the most searched thing on Google used to be your name or your house, which, you know, I think you can do without Google. You can just look at your house. Similarly, sometimes whatever we ask to ChatGPT or the AI overview of a browser is not always life-saving. So in a way, we should ourselves, just like with energy, you know, you switch off the light, you should switch off the light. You should be able to manage your need of using AI. But I think that the real switch that will potentially enable to have both raising of AI and steady or lower energy consumption would be quantum computing.
Which is uses quite a lot of energy on the other hand.
No.
But
no.
less than, yeah, I know.
No, less than
less
normal
than
computer.
So this is a global point again.
It's a global point. Also, yes, there are a lot of women energy worker community, particularly in the UK. Those are really, really born on the UK, but obviously there are European association and they're really great. But I have to say, I never actually say that it's a male-dominated business. I say that it was and it has changed a lot. And I just, in order to maybe steal a smile from you, when I was working in the UK, before coming to Italy, they asked me, oh, as an Italian in the UK, so are you been taking seriously? Because you know Italian, they always... tell me, this during an interview, how do you feel as an Italian in the UK? And I said, well, of course I'm Italian and I'm super proud to be Italian. But I don't consider myself Italian or French or whatever. I kind of consider myself a talent, okay? Not to be unmodest, but obviously during an interview, okay. So the same here, of course I'm a woman, I'm super proud to be a woman, I enjoy being a woman, but I don't think about myself. You know, during my work day, I just, you know, I try to have good idea, do well, build alliances. And we are really good as women at building alliances, despite what men say. We're really good at building alliances among ourselves.
That's important.
So think about yourself as a talent, as a bridge, potentially. And I give a little control. We haven't been talking as a women forum, we haven't been talking about something that the French call la charge sociale, la charge mentale. I don't know whether you are aware of it. I think it's a huge thing. Maybe next year we can talk about it. Because it consumes a lot of energy and we all
multitasking, we don't like it. But the other question was about, if I understood,
artificial intelligence.
Was about smart project and smart women projects, if I understood correctly. Yeah, but, well, sorry, go ahead.
That was about safety, so it's an issue, it's an important issue that we have to deal with. I don't know how much is designed before, to be honest with you, so we need to do that before, ex ante, not after. I completely agree with you. It's a really good point. And about artificial intelligence, so it's another good point, especially in our services. But getting back to data center, now we have this project because many data centers now are around Milano, as you can imagine. So we have this project to turn the heat in clean energy. So we are trying to do it circular in order to have the service.
We are very proud of your projects.
I'm really proud of my city.
Of the projects of your city, of course. Of course, yes.
Posso?
Yes, sure. We need the microphone. We need the microphone for the lady.
My question is toward the president of the
Yeah, right.
I have heard about some researchers about the enzyme and about the bacteria
Yeah.
to eat in a very,
The
very,
head.
very high speed the plastic. Is these techniques is coming toward the production or not? Thank you.
Yes, thank you for your question. I've heard about that, and I'm looking forward to see more because, you know, I've only gathered some pieces of news, but I haven't found a specific study on that topic, and I would like to find some.
Oh, if I may add. Yeah,
Thank
if
you.
I may add, there is something on science. Yeah, that's okay. There is at least 2 articles on science, which are sent on the paper of science, which are exactly describing what you are describing. Thank you.
Io avrei due domande, una per Maria Cristina Finucci e una per lei, professoressa.
Can we say it in English? I will try.
Allora, Maria Cristina, lei ha dato forma visibile a ciò che spesso resta invisibile, cioè il nostro impatto sul pianeta.
No.
Se potesse trasformare un'emozione collettiva femminile in un'opera d'arte pubblica, quale sceglierebbe oggi e dove la collocherebbe per farla risuonare nel mondo?
Oddio, così su 2 piedi, cioè veramente creare un'opera in un secondo.
The artist can
a
inspire
Palermo,
us,
ovviamente,
but she needs time.
Okay, I'm sorry, I have to speak in English. Well, maybe in Palermo, and I would like to do a big, gigantic monster, as I have done previously. I would like to make a big, gigantic monster, which is the monster that all we have created. And with spikes that shows its anger toward, you know, our world, which is a mess. And that's the only thing that I can say in a couple of seconds.
Thank you. Thank you very much for the question as well. But I think that, well, it's a good point, Sicily, because it's the head of Mediterranean. It's the head of. Thank you.
Professoressa, veniamo a lei invece. Se il futuro dell'energia avesse una voce femminile, cosa direbbe oggi alle nuove generazioni di leader donne? Seguitemi, trasformatemi o sfidatemi, e perché? E se poi lei potesse scegliere una compagna di viaggio tra le grandi donne della storia, chi vorrebbe al suo fianco per affrontare questa transizione e cosa le chiederebbe durante il cammino?
Seguitemi, trasformatemi o sfidatemi. Well, come si dice sfidatemi in inglese? Challenge, of course. Well, the question is, what would you say to young people, to young girls? Follow me, transform me, I mean, well, the old generation, or challenge? I have no doubt, challenge. I mean, this is their own business. Challenge the reality, be creative and innovate. That's my answer, at least. I have no doubt. And the second thing is the woman, which woman I would take with me. To be very pragmatic, I'm often thinking to Eleanor Roosevelt, because she was a wife, and she succeeded in being protagonist because she, I mean, just in a second, I mean, she succeeded in introducing human rights at the UN. There is a very little problem, which is that was men rights, but that was 48. I mean, so we can forgive it. But I think Eleanor Roosevelt was good. Also, remembering what has been said this morning about children, etc., etc. Thank you.
Grazie.
Io ho un'idea per signora Cristina. I have an idea. Why don't you make a bridge? If there is no bridge, the government didn't do the bridge again. between Sicily and Italy, Calabria. I think, yes, you can do something like a bridge, yeah? Well, thank you.
Thank you. This is not the end. This is the beginning. And just 1 minute, before, turning the point. This has been an amazing day. Intense, impactful, meaningful. And we understood how many messages we have to share each other. And we also understood how much is important to invest in our greatest good, us. We are the greatest good. We know very well how to declare messages and also our intention. Maybe we should learn much more how to act using the most powerful concept, coherence. Because if we are coherent, we can really change everything. We all know that we are the problem, but we all know that we have the solution. So we should act in a coherent way since the beginning to the end, and we can see the change to be manifest. To all of you, thank you, and of course, thank you to our president for all her effort, and you have been an amazing job, and the panels testimonied this effect. And I really want to thank you, this amazing professor that guided us in the last panel with our amazing guest. And I sincerely hope this evening will be amazing. And this is it for now. See you later and see you tomorrow. Thank you. Again, thank you.
Thank you to you, most of all. Thank you to Carol. Thank you so much.
Of course, a picture of the panel, Marilena, a picture with them.
When the rhythm